trying to take away the bunt down the third base line.
.66 degrees at game time tonight here at Petco Park. 1-0 to Willie Taveras, and he sends a high fly out into shallow left center field. And Jody Garrett comes on to make the catch, and that's the way this one begins. Padre defense, they're strong, and then there's Army strong. Find out more at GoArmy.com. Hairston, Garrett, and Giles in the outfield. Cruz, Burke, Eckstein, and Adrian on the infield, with Hundley catching. Just 16 errors this season. It works out to a .988 fielding percentage. One of the tops in the National League.
And if Josh Gear has that sinker and that changeup working, the infield is going to get a lot of work tonight.
Gary Hairston Jr. A first pitch strike.
Oh, we got Jimmy Joyce behind the plate.
You can hear that call, can't you?
You can hear that all the way into El Cajon.
Hairston held hitless last night, going 0 for 4. Oh, that's fun.
Here he is at work. And you know, he's been like that ever since the minor leagues. I was in the minor leagues with Jim Joyce, watching him come up. He's a good umpire.
Chopped out to third. Kuzmanov has to wait on it. And easily gets Hairston. 2 down.
Kuz played that ball nicely. Looks like Kuz was kind of maybe caught. Should I go in and tackle that ball on the big hop or play it back on the medium hop? And that's exactly what he did. Knowing he's got plenty of time, see him backing up, chest high, square and throw. A lot of guys might get a little froggy and try to get it on the, there he is again. It's eyes it, backs up, back pedal, there you go. Some guys try to get it on the short hop and they might, you know, mess it up a little bit, but a nice play by Kuz. A routine play. Some guys, my point is, some guys can play that into a badly played play. How many plays did I just say there?
A couple, but your point well made in that you can turn it into a more difficult play,
right,
by charging that ball there sometimes. Because Hairston can run fairly well.
Sure.
And you might think, hey, I've got to get a jump on this ball. But by laying back, you got him easily by a couple of steps. Here's Joey Votto. Homered here last night, his 5th of the year, a solo shot. Strike on the inside corner. Votto was leading the National League in hitting coming into last night. Slipped just 1 point, going 1 for 3, now at 373. And sends this one in the air to center field. Jody Garrett waiting on it. Couple of fly ball outs, and Gears sets the Reds down in order. Nothing to cost. And the Padres coming to bat. Great night. Then Jody, Kuz, Hundley, Chris Burke playing short, and the pitcher Josh Gear night. Edinson Volquez, the starting pitcher for Cincinnati.
Well, guys, it's fun to watch. This youngster's got some good stuff. Opponent's batting average only at 182. Walks can be an issue for the right-hander. A fastball, a little bit of a two-seamer. I want to call it a slurve for his breaking ball, and a really, really good changeup.
First pitch to Giles is high. 17 wins last year for Edinson Volquez. 17-6, a 3.21 ERA. Just under 200 innings pitched. Belted. Deep right. Bruce back. Goodbye. A game leadoff home run for Brian Giles. Second homer of the year for Brian. 1-0 San Diego. Maybe just the tonic that number 24 needs right there.
Absolutely. Well, he knows about the good fastball, right? Well, Volquez misses 1-0, so he comes back with old number 1, and Brian Giles turns on it. Volquez supplying a lot of that power, and a Cincinnati Redleg fan bringing his guante to the ballpark.
Foul past third. For Brian Giles, his 5th career leadoff home run.
Put a notch in the shillelagh of Brian Giles, would you? Backpack night tonight. You got Giles 24 on their back.
Line to left, and a base hit for Eckstein rolling towards the corner. Lance Nix digging it out. But not before X standing at second with a double.
Well, so far the 2 hits that Volquez has given up, one has been on the fastball. That's the home run to Giles, and this one was a changeup out of the hand of Volquez, speeding up the bat of David Eckstein. And how nice is this? After a home run, you got a guy in scoring position and still nobody out.
First base open with Adrian Gonzalez, the batter. Bounces it towards the middle. Backhanded Phillips. Good play by Brandon Phillips. It does advance Eckstein over to third, so a productive out for Adrian.
You see that Phillips had a couple of issues. Looked like he was playing Adrian a little bit to pull on the right side, and then the umpire at second base almost screens Phillips, but he makes a good solid throw.
The jump throw, Brandon Phillips. Gold Glove winner last year. So with Eckstein at third and 1 out, the cleanup hitter up Scott Hairston, and the Reds bring the infield in. .381 on base percentage for Scott. Check swing, ball 1. One hit last night, but it was a big one. It came in the 7th. An RBI single to left that put the Padres up for good.
This is where Volquez will use that changeup. He'll use a sinker down in the zone, trying to get the grounder. And you know what? He's got a couple of changeups. He'll throw one to a righty that goes down and in. He'll throw one to a lefty that goes down and in. So he can manipulate that baseball in such a way to where it gets certain break at the end of as the pitch approaches the hitting area. Almost like Rich Harden with the Cubs. He can get different movement on his changeups.
3-0 on Hairston. Scott taking, and a fastball is high, ball 4. And it puts the double play in order for the Reds.
Well, that'll get any manager up and out of your chair if you're sitting down for a while.
Center fielder Jody Garrett. Jody has grounded into 2 double plays so far this season. Takes a first pitch strike. Double play what Volquez is looking for here. Runners at the corners, 1 out, a run in on the leadoff home run from Brian Giles. Garrett loops out into left field. Nix coming in, makes the catch. Eckstein tagging. Here comes the throw. It's headed to the plate. It's a little bit offline. Now down to second, and in safely is Hairston. Eckstein scores on a sac fly for Garrett. And it's 2-0.
A lot of movement on that play. Padres taking extra 90 feet as Jody Garrett, the liner enables Nix to come in and make a solid throw, but Eckstein slides just to play it safe. And as soon as that ball goes through, Scott Harrison's got the presence in mind of going to second base. It's a nice feeling for any starting pitcher, huh? Josh Gears, a couple runs to work with.
Kuzmanov coming off a 2-hit game last night. One of those hits, an RBI double. Double and a run scored here in the first for Eck. Down the left field side, hooking, foul. What about 25 or 30 feet foul off the side of the Western Metal Supply Building. The crooked number almost got a little more crooked for Volquez and the Reds there.
Some pretty good hacks by the Friar hitters this first inning. Even the Jody Garrett sacrifice fly, the ball was struck well. Hitting coach Jim Lefevre watching his troops.
The slider there, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Giles led it off with a home run, 389 feet to right. 1-2 to Kuzmanov. Left side, speared by Hairston. Puts him by a step to win the inning. But San Diego scores twice on a couple of hits. It all got underway with a Brian Giles blast, his second of the year after a frame. 2-0 Friars.
You'll want to be at the ballpark on Saturday, May 23rd, as we take on the Chicago Cubs at 7:05. Get there early for the 1984 NL Championship celebration and take home a Padres t-shirt.
Don't miss the 25th anniversary of the 1984 NL Champions. Plus, all fans receive a free Padres t-shirt presented by San Diego County Toyota dealers. Get there early. I can't say that with a straight face.
Oh.
Eck. Mr. Energy.
Oh. Sell it, Eck. Sell those t-shirts. Now, if you're watching at home and you see that video promo, you're like, I have to go.
You got to go. Get up and go. Get your tickets. Brandon Phillips leading off. It's a foul down the right field side.
We're looking at last night's game. We talked about Kevin Correa in our pregame. It all boils down to good pitching. Some great hitting last night. I'd like to see Josh Gear go a solid 7 tonight. I mean, make that a goal, right? Have a little competition amongst yourselves. Pitchers always have these little games they play. Position players have these little games.
Broken bat.
Oh, a grown man swung that bat.
Right back at Gear. Well, if hitting is contagious, can good pitching be contagious?
I believe that. I've always believed that. And if Josh Gear keeps on making good pitches like that and saws him off, he's going to have a nice night in the big leagues. That is a grown man swinging the shillelagh as hard as he can and getting sawed off in a little pop gun. You know, like the cork that you used to put in the gun and used to pop out. An easy catch for Josh Gear.
Jay Bruce takes a strike.
I mean, that's making a good pitch on a good hitter, Brandon Phillips.
Gears retired the first 4 Cincinnati batters of the game. Eck was cheating towards the hole on that shot. 2 down. Laying in the pull.
They credit Josh Gear for hitting his spots because the defense is playing according to the spray charts where if the pitcher hits his spot. So that means Josh is hitting his spot. Therefore, they get the grounder where the defense is.
Two outs with nobody on base for catcher Ramon Hernandez. A couple of very good at-bats last night. One was a double in the 5th, and he scored the first Cincinnati run and lined out to center in the 7th. Just missing at 86 miles per hour. Forney, Texas, the hometown for Josh Gear, which is just east of Dallas, to Forney High School. His last start coming in Houston, where he pitched 1 season collegiately at Rice. Gear making his first career start against the Reds. In fact, the only player in the Reds lineup tonight that has any kind of history against Gear that had ever seen him in a game is Willie Taveras. Everybody else, first time they're seeing Gear in a major league game.
Well, Nick Hundley wanted that one. He wanted it down and in. He misses, but it was the speed of the ball just off the strike zone that fooled Ramon Hernandez.
Full count. Of course, Taveras seeing Gear last year when Taveras was with Colorado. Payoff pitch to Hernandez.
Oh. Wow. I don't know where he threw 2 good pitches at bat and didn't get the call.
Allows Lance Nix to come up. Pitch hacking and fouls it back.
Here's what I want to look for now. Let's see how Josh Gere reacts to that. There's a lot of guys who are, huffing and puffing and snorting and kicking and, scratching. They all scratch anyway. But let's see if he bounces back and makes a good quality pitch. I remember back in the day, in the early days, that ruined my whole inning. As you get older, you learn that you've got your defense to work for you. Continue to throw what you feel comfortable with as Josh Gere hangs a breaking ball. And sometimes a hanger's okay.
The 0-2. It's behind it and fouls it off.
The thing that's upsetting for Josh Gere, I'm sure, and for people charting and keeping track, is that, sure, it looked like he had the strikeout, but now he's got to throw extra pitches to get out of this inning. He could have been out of this inning.
Sitting at about 24 pitches.
Yep.
Instead, the inning rolls on here.
Nick Hundley tapping that glove on the ground. He wants it in the dirt.
Line down the right field side. Just foul. Nix missed extra bases there by a foot or 2.
Tapping the glove, get it down there, and he left it up there a little bit too high. Oh. Well, what does the pitch tracks think? Just off the corner.
Center field. Garrett back. Leaping! And comes down with it! Jody Garrett in dead center field. As Nix gave it a ride, nearly 400 feet away.
Hey kids, Sunday, May 17th, we're playing the Cincinnati Reds at 105. Come out to the ballpark and get your own Padres t-shirt for kids.
Tomorrow, all kids 14 and younger get a Padres t-shirt presented by Union Bank of California. Get your tickets early and save at Padres.com. Bottom 3 up. Hundley leading off. Inside to Nick. 2 balls, no strikes.
Remember what I mentioned about a pitcher after some adversity, kicking and scratching and snorting? Volquez could be one of those guys to where if he falls into some trouble throwing strikes, it could work against him big time.
Line into left field. Mitch moves over to cut it off, and Hundley has a leadoff single. Let's look at the Reds' defense behind Volquez tonight. Brought to you by SD Storage, where $1 moves you in. Go to SDStorage.com to find a store near you today. Jay Bruce with 6 outfield assists this season. Not only leads the NL, but leads the major leagues.
Pretty good hose out there. That's usually what the case is. If you've got an outfielder with a great arm, usually in right field, that's where they put him because it's the longest throw to third base.
First pitch swinging, Burke pops it up. And under it to second baseman Brandon Phillips. Well, to end the last inning, our Home Depot defensive play. Lance Nix just a couple of feet away from tying this one up.
Jody Garrett read that ball perfectly. Going back to the wall. And picking up Josh Gear.
Home Depot is doing more on defense play. Home Depot more saving, more doing. A little pickoff with the second baseman coming in behind Phillips there.
Oh, did you see Brandon Phillips after the fact? He was indicating to first base umpire Brian Runge that he maybe blocked the bag. Maybe he was trying to sell it.
Wide smile there.
Oh, he just got his hand in time, I think. Watch his right. He's blocked, but his right hand then goes around his foot.
Taking a look. Down to second was Votto, but sacrifice will be the 4th of the year for Gear. It goes 3-4, and Hundley down to second with 2 outs. Top of the order, and Brian Giles. He led off the first inning with a home run to right. His last leadoff home run coming August 24th of last year when he hit it off Kevin Correa, then of the Giants. The home run has also given Giles a 6-game hitting streak.
Cambio.
First pitch.
When I think of great changeups from Cincinnati Red pitchers, I think of Mario Soto back in the day. Well, Edinson Volquez has got a great changeup. Great arm speed, great action. He'll throw it any time. Remember Mario Soto?
Oh, no question.
He could pitch.
Dominating.
Yeah. In fact, I remember now it's coming to me. Last year I was talking to Chris Welch, who does color for the Reds TV, and Tom Brenneman, my pal over there in the broadcast booth, Pally, talking about Mario Soto going down to spring training and helping Volquez a little bit.
Soto, early mid-'80s, about as dominant as he got back
there.
Yeah. Here's Giles at 0-2.
Change up again, misses. And don't forget, Volquez, he's consistently around 92, 94, but he can get it up there around 96. Watch the action on this ball. I mean, that arm action is like a whip. And then it comes out softly. That was registered at 82.
He's away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. His first inning home run is second of the season. And his 15th run batted in. Only at second with 2 outs.
Good discipline by Brian Giles at the plate, not biting at those off-speed pitches.
On deck is Eckstein. First base open, a right-handed batter on deck. The 3-2. The walk is the second allowed by Volquez.
Hey, sometimes you get a fat pitch you can capitalize on, right, like the home run, and other times the pitcher tries to nibble a little bit, and next thing you know, it's ball 4.
Look at the leaderboard, brought to you by Avalanche Heating and Cooling. Your comfort is our priority. A couple of walks tonight, and Edinson Volquez 30 allowed on the season now. Leading Major League Baseball. Not a category you want to lead. First pitch strike to Eckstein. Doubled to left and scored in the first. His team leading 10th two-base hit. It's soft, just got a piece, 2 strikes. Volquez has Eckstein in the hole here. Eckstein averaging only 1 strikeout per 16 plus at bats. He's the toughest to strike out right now in the National League. Puts it in play softly up the first baseline. Volquez the shovel to Votto to win the inning. A hit, a walk, and 2 men left on. And at the end of 2, Padres in front, 2-0. Tradition of innovation. Brewers beat the Cardinals today. So you have the Reds just a game and a half out at 5 games over at 20-15. Reds' last winning season was 2000. They were 85-77, and their last year making the postseason, 1995.
It's a nice little horse race going on right there in the Central.
It is. It's a good division.
Remember there was a few years here where they called it the Comedy Central because there was only like one clear-cut runaway winner every year.
Well, when the Cardinals won the World Series in 2006, they were barely a 500 team in the regular season. Gear fielding in position well, throws out Alex Gonzalez. Well, they're not the Comedy Central this year. You can make an argument right now that that's the best division in the National League. Pitcher Edinson Volquez. Don't call me Edison or Thomas Edison.
That's right. When is that going to get shortened to Eddie?
You can try it right now if you like.
Curious to find out if if he's got a nickname. What his teammates call him.
It's not exactly a name that just rolls right off the tongue for those of us born in Middle America,
right?
Like myself.
Well, a lot of people forget that there's an N in his first name.
Right.
Edinson.
They want to say Edison.
Not like Edison Lighthouse.
Right, from the 1960s musical group. 3 pitches and Volquez down. Edison Lighthouse.
Don't pull your love out on me, honey.
Is that it?
Is that right?
I thought that was somebody else. That was
Really?
Hamilton and
Maybe I am wrong. I've been wrong many times. Time to Google.
top of the order, Willie Taveras. Willie lost a 14-game hitting streak last night, going 0 for 4. Longest streak so far this year by a Reds player. Don't forget, a couple of years ago, back in 2006, when he was a member of the Astros, he had a 30-game streak.
Love grows where my rosemary goes.
See, I was thinking about something about Mary when you said that.
I was wrong. I stand corrected. That's a great tune.
1-1 to Taveras. Wants the mid side. By the way, that 30-game hitting streak he had for the Astros is a Houston franchise record. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Looks like Josh Gear's pretty well locked in. Throwing quality strikes, keeping the ball down nicely.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Gear, his first 2 of the night. And he's faced just 1 over the minimum. Good to see that young man at the ballpark tonight. Adrian leads off when we return. Wing. And by the North County Transit District. From North County, take the coaster train to every home game at Petco Park. Beautiful evening here in San Diego. 2-0 Padres, 2 in the first. And Brian Giles solo homer. And Jody Garrett sac fly brought in Eckstein, who had doubled. And here's Adrian 0 for 1, grounded out his first time. 2-ball strike takes it to 1-1.
One thing is for sure, I don't think Adrian's going to get a fastball to hit. 2 breaking balls right out of the gate here, this at bat. 2 curveballs from Volquez. See a fastball, but not one to hit.
Off the plate inside at 96 miles per hour. Three balls and a strike. Homers in 5 straight games, hits in 6 consecutive. Making hits in 7 consecutive games. Base hit to left for Adrian Gonzalez. Look at our MLB comparison brought to you by Marvin K. Brown, San Diego's newest Mitsubishi dealer. This is an interesting one here. Highest percentage of teams runs batted in this season. So you're looking at players and how much of that team's offense they account for. Adrian at over 21% of knocking in Padre runs. Evan Longoria of Tampa Bay, the only one knocking in a higher percentage of his team's runs in Major League Baseball.
I don't know why people pitch to him when the game's on the line or there are runners on base. I would rather just walk the guy and let the next guy try to beat me. And you know what else is also impressive about Adrian? Being in that situation and being patient enough to wait for his pitch to where he can do something with it.
They're waiting till 3-1. We're taking a pitch the other way. Hairston walked in the first inning. Pulls it foul. He's hit an 8 in a row. Moves off the plate outside. And that slider, 1 ball, 2 strikes. San Diego has put the leadoff man on base in every inning so far. We're in the bottom of the 3rd. He holds up and takes inside, 2-2.
You know, you make a good point because that puts so much pressure on the defense when you get that first hitter of every inning. If you can get him on base, you can do so much. You can hit and run, you can steal, you can do a lot of things.
Keep the defense on their heels, huh?
Sure.
2-2 to Scott.
By the way, I'm never going to doubt you ever again. I mean, you're good. The more and more I get to know you, remember I screwed up on the Don't Pull Your Love lyrics or artist?
Mm-hmm.
You came right out. Hamilton, Joe Frank, and Reynolds, which is the artist of that song. So, you're my lifeline.
Well, when you actually do make it to one of those shows, I'll be more than happy for you to call me.
You're the best. I will never doubt you again, Neely.
All those wasted hours buying 45s back in the youth. You know, there's a whole generation out there that have no idea about vinyl records, especially 45s.
Wouldn't that be something to get like an album to just go up to some grade school kids and say, hey, what do you guys think this is? Okay, well, do you send the runner here? Adrian Gonzalez doesn't have blazing speed.
If you're asking me, I say no.
Stay out of the double play. I think he'll hold them also.
Not running, 3-2, hit in the air deep and fouled on the left field side.
Scotty way out in front of this pitch. It was a changeup. down and in, you drop the head, you catch that ball out in front, and you have the foul ball way down the left field line.
Line to short, caught by Gonzalez. Throw back to first is late. One gone, and here comes Jody Garrett. And a sac fly his first time up. Here's our Coors Light freeze cam. The liner to left, the throw by Nix.
Look at Jerry Harrison Jr., the freeze cam, doing the limbo rock. How low can you go?
He went very low.
Man.
Jody getting his 12th run batted into the season in the first on the sac fly. Kicks down low, ball one.
Well, remember, we talked to Jody last road trip, and he said he feels very good about his mechanics up at the plate. He feels very, very good about his swing, and the results are showing that.
Belts it to center field. Taveras back and stops before the warning track to make the grab. Jody pulled one back earlier on Nix. That one not traveling as far, but sending Taveras back near the track for out number 2. Here comes the third baseman, Kevin Kuzminoff. Rounded out to his counterpart at third, Jerry Hairston, to win the first inning. Breaking ball, strike one. Leadoff single by Adrian Gonzalez. He's at first with 2 outs.
Hey,
look out.
Right at the kneecaps. Make you skip a little rope. Now let's see if Volquez counters with a slider down and away. That's where Hernandez is set up, and that's okay. That's okay if you miss down and in. Count is now even. Well, he loves that changeup, doesn't he?
It's been a good pitch for him.
Yep.
And like you said earlier, if you can sell it as well as Volquez can with that arm action, why not throw it?
Arm speed is remarkable. Same arm action as the fastball. As you see the breakdown. Really not great as far as ball strike ratio.
He's a little behind 96 miles per hour there.
Hey, Volquez is really working that cheek play also, huh? Working that gum.
Request time to tuck in the wardrobe. Strikeout ends the inning. First strikeout of the night for Volquez. We finished 3 here at Petco. Top of the 4th inning. That means it's time for our Aflac trivia question for tonight.
Aflac!
And the question is, who did Adrian Gonzalez hit his walk-off home run in the 18th inning off of last season? There's Adrian.
And a little bit of a hint. It was against the Cincinnati Redlegs.
That's all we're giving you right there. And the answer coming up just a little bit later. There's always a connection. Like trivia questions. Heart of the order for the Reds. Or the Red Legs.
Mm-hmm.
They started calling the Red Legs during the McCarthy hearings, right? In the 50s.
Right.
Kind of separate them from any kind of connection to the communists.
That's right. Yeah. I remember reading a little nugget on that. You're absolutely right.
To show you how crazy things were at that time. Jerry Hairston fouls it off.
Quite frankly, I wish the Reds would go back to the old school, like the 70s unis. You know, the plain and simple whites with the gray roads. It just had the block lettering across the front. You know, it's kind of
just a big red machine.
It's kind of snazzed up right now with the border and the black, you know, the black trim. Still a good-looking uni.
I was going to say, that's not a bad uniform at all. That's lined towards left center field. And Jody's going to have to chase this one. All the way to the fence. Hairston will stop at second. It is a leadoff 4th inning double.
You know how we talk about pitchers having some late life with their fastball? It looked like this ball off the bat had some late life. And this ball jets to the gap. Good extension by Jerry Hairston Jr. And no chance for Jody Garrett.
Stayed up, kind of took off there, didn't it? Because off the bat, I thought Jody maybe had a chance cutting across to get that ball. And a double for Hairston. And the tying run comes to the plate. Young man. Joey Votto fly to center in his first at bat. Votto comes in with the 2nd highest on base percentage in the National League. .477 on base percentage. Check swing and a strike. In actuality, if you go by only active players, he has the highest on base percentage, because right now Manny Ramirez of the Dodgers at .492 is the highest on base percentage, but sitting out till early July.
Yeah, and wouldn't you know that when he comes back, the opponents are the San Diego Padres.
Yeah, first game July 3rd against the Friars. You know, a team that's had all kinds of problems in Los Angeles is Cincinnati. They are not visiting Dodger Stadium as part of this West Coast road trip. But the Reds have not won in LA against the Dodgers in a while. Like they've lost 9 straight games at Dodger Stadium. Don't have to worry about going there till later in the season. 2-2 pitch. Votto gets under it and a high fly. Fading towards left center field. Jody maneuvering, makes the catch. Tagging is Hairston. The throw coming towards third. And Hairston in with a slide.
We're talking about the costumes of the Cincinnati Reds. That's the one I was talking about back in the 70s with just the nice block letter in red across the chest, name and number on the back. That was the old pullover jerseys that they used to wear when those were popular in the 70s and the early 80s. My goodness, that jersey must weigh about 12 pounds. Look at all those pins. She's a fan. You gotta love it.
Cleanup hitter Brandon Phillips broke his bat his first time up and hit a soft liner back to the mound. Comes in with a 12-game hitting streak, during which he has seen his average go from 188 to where it stands now at 270. Out to short. One will score. The infield playing back. Hurston comes in. Phillips gets his team leading 27th RBI, and it's a 2-1 game.
Once again, Josh Gere just getting in the kitchen with Brandon Phillips and breaking his bat.
That's like a Kluszewski. Reds.
Yeah.
Sleeveless.
It's kind of a combination of Jeff Foxworthy and Rick Sutcliffe. Hey, bud, how you doing?
Bruce, a ground out his first time up to second baseman David Eckstein, and pulls another one in that direction. This one cut off by Adrian, and a shovel to Gere. Let's get a run though. Strand no one at the end of 3.5. 2-1 Padres. Again, the question. Who did Adrian Gonzalez hit his walk-off home run against in the 18th inning last year? Tonight's starting pitcher for the Reds, Edinson Volquez. Rosales takes over at first base, so Votto, I should say Rosales. Adam Rosales. Try to get word on Votto, who did make his plate appearance in the top of the inning. Votto's been dealing with some flu issues over the last week. That may or may not be it, but we'll see if we get word. One 2 on Hundley. Bottom 3 up here for the Padres in the 4th. Giles due up 4th in this inning.
There's the Bill Dickey stance. Look at Ramon Hernandez. He wants that pitch up, and that's exactly where he puts it. Being ahead, 0-2.
Fish there. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
We hear it so many times. Up and in, down and away. Up and in, down and away. That's not the book on everybody.
Hundley hits it sharply on the ground, but right to the shortstop. Gonzalez, a little fumble, makes it close, but he's out at first. Well, let's take you back, shall we? Last year, 18th inning. Volquez in relief, out to center field. You guys played a lot of extra inning games last year, didn't you?
You had to remind me. Yes, we did.
It was May 25th of 2008 last year. Aaron Harang, last night's starting pitcher for the Reds, also pitched in that game in relief.
That 22 inning affair against the Rockies really messed things up. Messed up the pitching, messed up obviously the morale of the club after going that long and losing.
I was going to say, you could say it messed up the season.
Yeah,
in some ways, huh?
Sure.
At least it didn't help. Burke in the hole, the 0-2. It's jammed and pulls it foul. Padres played 14 extra inning games last year.
14.
It was 6 and 8 in extra innings.
Oh.
Little check swing roller out towards the pitcher. And Volquez throws him out. 2 away. Padres have played 5 extra inning games already this year. 3-2. 3-0 at home in extra innings. 1-2 on the road. Pitcher Josh Gear laid down a sac bunt in his first plate appearance. Hold up the middle, and the shortstop Gonzalez. A 3-up, 3-down inning. First one of the night for Edinson Volquez. At the end of 4 from Petco Park. San Diego 2, Cincinnati 1.
Construction, or maybe even a kitchen, call Murray Lamper Construction, winner of the 2008 Torch Award, winner for Marketplace Ethics. And Mark Neely, I know you're looking for a casa here in San Diego. If you need any remodeling, call my good friend Greg Cantor.
I need to actually purchase something to model, and then it can be remodeled.
Okay.
But when we get to that point,
yeah,
they'll be the first ones I call.
He's a good egg.
Top of the 5th inning. 6, 7, and 8 batters for the Reds. Ramon Hernandez, the catcher, leading off. Padres scored 2 in the first. Cincinnati 1 in the 4th.
Oh, yeah. I like it. Billabong, yeah. The surfwear, right?
Billabong from
T-shirts and shorts. That's nice. Like it.
To right field, Giles cuts it off on a bounce and will hold Hernandez to a long single. The leadoff man is aboard for the 2nd consecutive inning for Cincinnati.
Yeah, it was something off speed. A changeup down the way. That pitch actually looked like it was off the plate. So Ramon Hernandez going out and getting that one.
Lance Nix robbed of a 2-run home run back in the 2nd by Jody Garrett at the fence and center.
There's something you have to look at for the being an advantage for the Padres is Joey Votto out of the lineup. You know, with his bat out of the lineup, that spot might come up later in the game in a crucial situation, and no left-handed bat of Votto in there anymore.
A spot that's going to come up at least 2 more times in this game, and that's belted deep to right, and Nix has just given Cincinnati the lead. And he flirted with one his first time up. This time pulled it down the line and right, and a 2-run shot makes it 3-2 Reds. He's always had that power. He was a big prospect in the Rangers organization last few years with the Brewers.
Well, that ball had some serious fuzz on it off the bat. That ball is in, and Lance Watts get those hands through and keeping that ball fair. A lot of guys would be a little bit too quick out in front and pull that ball foul.
Nix is just a few feet away from not 1 but 2 2-run home runs tonight. Robbed by Garrett earlier, but made that one a no-doubter. Nobody on or out for Alex Gonzalez. Third homer of the year for Nixon. His 8th and 9th runs batted in.
Remember in the pregame show we talked about one of the big keys for the Padre pitchers, especially Josh Gere, is keeping that ball in the yard.
Out to third and Kuzman off. And the first out of the inning. Pitcher Edinson Volquez. A strikeout victim in the third. One of 2 strikeouts for Gere tonight. Up there hacking and out in front.
We talked about it in the pregame show how I got on Johnny's shirt. He got on my hat, and I said, hey, I think that hat would look good with that shirt. And you know what? Midnight looks good.
Bounce back to the mound.
Get a bowl of soup with that hat?
It throws him out. For those who may have missed the Honda Dealers pregame show, right off the top, you called this a Richie Cunningham type shirt. It's not bad.
No, it fits you
throwback.
perfectly. Looks good, Johnny.
Midnight working hard tonight. Top of the order, Willie Taveras. Sit on it, Potsy. Sit on it, Ralph.
Potsy Weber, right?
Potsy Weber and Ralph
Melf.
Yeah. An off-speed strike. Taveras has fly to center and struck out. Down the right field side, slicing and going foul. Come break the bank at Sequan Casino through June 15th for your share of $300,000 in cash.
Well, Josh Gear, even though it's the bottom of the lineup, base hit and home run, 2 quick outs. It's all about bouncing back. And you know what? It brings me back to the day when I was fortunate enough to be on the same staff as a guy by the name of Charlie Liebrandt. Charlie seemed to be one of those pitchers to where he can give up a home run, but he could just bang, get the next guy to get out of an inning.
Charlie would be a former teammate of Bud Black's as well.
That's
in
right.
Kansas City.
Kansas City, yeah. No, there's one pitch that Charlie Liebrandt wants back in his career.
With Atlanta and against the Twins.
Off the bat of Kirby Puckett.
And we'll see you tomorrow night.
That's right, to force a Game 7 of the '91 World Series.
Boy, that was some series.
Yes, it was.
Between two teams that each finished in last place the year before. Winds and Braves. Three-2 to Willie Taveras. Willie Taveras had a nice year with Colorado in 2008. We have a rookie, Dexter Fowler, now patrolling center field. And elected to let Taveras become a free agent. He signed a 2-year deal with the Reds, so he signed through 2010. Those 68 bases last year for Colorado. That really the highlight. To lead the league. To third again, and Kuzminoff. In a hurry with Taveras running. Close but out. The 2-run home run for Nix gives the Reds the lead. But the top of the order is coming up for San Diego.
Rock Lobster.
So B-52s you're dropping at the end, but Julio Iglesias is going to be appearing.
Oh, yeah. He's big.
I want to hear you complete
the
song. But
please. I want to save myself from further embarrassment.
Bryant led off the first with a home run, walked in the second. Three-two Cincinnati now here in the bottom of the fifth. Darts outside from Volquez, 2 balls and a strike. Giles, Eckstein, and Adrian Gonzalez due up for San Diego. Line right at the shortstop, Alex Gonzalez. 1 allowed out. And the home run of the first, his previous game leadoff home run, came off Kevin Correa, who was a Giant at the time. Back on August 24th of last year, splashdown in San Francisco. Led off the first tonight with a home run, his first game leadoff home run since then. It'd be tough to reach that pool for splashdown.
Oh, yeah. That's a DVT, isn't it?
That's the pool below there.
Oh, okay.
A high strike to Eckstein. So now there's your perspective.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You have to get some serious loft.
Egg doubled in the first inning and scored. And in the second, grounded back to the pitcher. Waited and skies it to center field. And Taveras trots over. That's now 8 in a row retired by Volquez. Bases are empty for Adrian Gonzalez. He extended his hitting streak to 7 games with a leadoff single in the third.
She needs a binky. Oh, no, she's embarrassed. She's camera shy.
Ball didn't stay too long. Adrian comes in averaging a home run every 8.8 at bats, which is the best frequency, best ratio in Major League Baseball. And homers in 5 consecutive games coming into tonight. 1 shy of the team record of 6 by Greg Nettles. Not seeing much to hit right here. 3 balls, no strikes.
See, nothing to hit. Breaking balls in the dirt, fastballs out of the zone. Changeup, 3-0 swinging. Wow.
Got the green light. And what would have been ball 4?
Yes. Definitely ball 4.
Back to the fastball there at 95, and it's a full count.
Tough to catch up to that heater after that changeup. That ball was middle in. Adrian trying to get to that baseball, but couldn't catch up.
Down the left field side. Foul. Whoa. Young man right there. Got that souvenir.
Nice job, young man.
In that glove.
It's a Mets fan.
It's on the wrong coast.
Maybe he's scouting the Padres.
It's the second strikeout. Volquez went to 3-0. And Volquez comes back to get the K. Now retired 9 in a row.
Fireworks. Enjoy a spectacular fireworks show following every Friday home game.
Next one next Friday, May 22nd. Stay after the game for Friday Fireworks, presented by Padres Banking at Bank of America. And get your tickets early and save. Part of the order for the Reds in the 6th. Leading off, Jerry Hairston Jr. Double leading off the 4th and scored. 2-0. With Votto out of the game, it means it's Rosales who will bat next. And then Brandon Phillips. Cincinnati has 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors. Padres 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors. The Padres have stranded 4 on base. The Reds have left only 1. Line center field. Jody coming in. Headlong dive, and he comes away with another one. That's 2 sparkling defensive plays tonight for Jody Garrett in center field.
He can go out. He can come in. Somebody call the cops because that's highway robbery. Very nice, Jody Garrett.
Rosales came in the bottom of the 4th when Votto departed the game. No word as of yet on the reason for Votto's departure. 2-0. Gonzalez pinch hit last night in the 9th inning and struck out against Keith Bell to win the game. A 4-pitch walk. Josh at 81 pitches. That's the second walk he's allowed.
Yeah, the one walk earlier in the ball game, the second inning with 2 outs, did not come back to hurt Josh Gear.
Cleanup hitter Brandon Phillips is 0 for 2, but does have a run batted in.
And also Brandon Phillips leads the Redlegs in grounding into double plays with 5. So it's a sinker slider changeup of Josh Gear, try to get a grounder to get out of this inning. And with that said, with the type of pitcher Josh Gear, Phillips grounding into double plays, leading the team. Maybe Dusty Bacon might put something on here. Might put that runner in motion.
Rookie Joe Thatcher up in the San Diego bullpen. Just recalled yesterday. And another throw over. Eckstein joins in on the conversation.
Want to get the signs straight, so David Eckstein can relay those signs to shortstop Chris Burke. The breaky ball, off-speed pitch, fastball, says they can cheat a little bit. Now Eckstein is going over to Burke and giving him the 4-1-1.
Popped up, foul ground, Adrian with room.
Here's a perfect example where every position player needs to be in a spot when the ball is hit. Did you see where David Eckstein was when Adrian Gonzalez caught that foul ball? Runner on first, right? Runner on first, pop up. Adrian's going to get it, right? Look at David Eckstein.
Going to cover the back.
Chances are that guy's not going anywhere, but though, it's just heads up ball, knowing to be in that spot. But that runner had a tendency to go off the bag a little bit. David Eckstein could be there to get the ball if Adrian throws it to him.
There he comes.
Sneaking behind the runner. Nice.
Jay Bruce 0 for 2. Right-hander Burke joining the lefty Thatcher in the San Diego bullpen. Burke also recalled yesterday. Big snap throw. Reds leading 3-2. We're in the top of the 6th. Cincinnati taking the lead on a Lance Nix 2-run home run an inning ago. Pulled down the line and right. Foul. Gotta be careful to Bruce. 10 home runs for Jay Bruce this season, which leads the Reds. Looking at a guy who exactly 1/3 of his hits this season have left the ballpark. He has 30 hits, 10 home runs. Sends it to center field. Garrett. That ball's hit a long way and into the bullpen.
Oh my.
11th of the year for Jay Bruce. And it's 5-2 Cincinnati.
Well, what hurts about that, not only the home run hurts, but being ahead of the count 1-2 for Josh Gear. Oh, elevated, extension, out of here. Wow. Third inning in a row that Cincinnati has crossed the plate.
Well, Hernandez dumps it into left center field. Forced to let that bounce pass. Garrett was there and turning a quick throw. A single for Hernandez, who's been on base 3 times tonight. A walk and now 2 singles. Out pops Bud Black. And Gear, who was a pitch away from getting through the 6th, finished after 5 2/3 tonight. This pitching change brought to you by your San Diego Hyundai dealers, who offer 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty and award-winning vehicles. Range of loan and deposit products. Membership is open to all who live, work, or go to school in San Diego County. And first 2009 big league appearance for lefty Joe Thatcher.
And as you mentioned, Mark Neely, Joe Thatcher recalled yesterday from Portland, and the great numbers for Joe in AAA Portland. Opponent's batting average of 214, the low ERA just under 1.3. The big thing for Joe Thatcher is get the left-handers out, try to do this exact same thing that he did in Portland. Translate those AAA numbers to the numbers here at the big league level.
Well, here's Nix, who fly to deep center his first time up, with Garrett pulling back what could have been a 2-run home run, and then he did homer down the line and right his last time up a 2-run shot.
I've always felt Joe Thatcher has had a funky enough delivery and good enough stuff to where he should give left-handers fits.
Moves outside. Last time up in the 5th. Nix pulling it down the line and right and keeping it fair. That gave the Reds a 3-2 lead. Jay Bruce's 2-run home run now here in the 6th has made it a 5-2 game. Thatcher misses down and away. Thatcher, who came over from the Brewers in the Scott Linebrink trade back in July of 2007. Last major league appearance was July 23rd of last year against the Reds. Thatcher made the Padres opening day roster in 2008. A high strike, and it's a full count.
Go after him. Ball looks like it's actually rising as it goes towards home plate, but that's a legitimate strike.
Hernandez will take off from first. The 3-2 pitch.
Got him. Oh, boy.
Thatcher comes all the way back, fell behind Nix 3-0 and gets the strikeout. Well, Bruce's 2-run home run adds to the lead. Knicks fans, and at the midpoint of the sixth, it's 5-2 Cincinnati. Padres front office and players involved in the celebration of champions.
Yeah, that's a great event down at the Seaport Village, where families will go to run with kids with cancer, and they'll also have memorial walks and runs for kids who have loved ones who have passed away. It's just a great event to see the families out there support Rady Children's Hospital and all that they've done for their families. It's a great event. I've taken part in that a couple times, and always a great turnout, and the Padres are always huge supporters of that. In fact, manager Bud Black, he purchased tickets for a group totaling 400 kids and families
For tonight's game.
Yep.
Scotty Hairston was there today. He leads off. Of course, Bud was there. Heath Bell. There's Bud.
Yep.
David Eckstein, Adrian, Edgar Gonzalez, Luke Gregerson, Chase Headley, Nick Hundley, Kuz, Drew Macias, Chris Young.
And before the game today, Padres recognized 80 children battling cancer before the game. So it's a big treat for them to see some of their heroes in Padre uniforms, and they always do a nice job with that.
Scott pops it in the air, shallow right, and the second baseman out. It's caught by Brandon Phillips for the first out of the sixth. Well, look now, but Edinson Volquez, after the somewhat shaky first, has settled into this game. And only sitting at 79 pitches now.
See, that's where I think the pitch count not the pitch count, but the ratio balls to strike can be overrated, right?
The number of pitches.
Number of pitches and how you're utilizing those pitches. I mean, you could be 50-50. You could throw 80 pitches and have 40-40 and still be winning, right? You're just making good quality pitches when you really need to. You might not be getting ahead, but if you're falling behind, you're making a good pitch, you're getting a grounder, getting a double play.
What are you having to jackknife out of the way?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of guys with a great ball-strike ratio throwing tons of strikes, and those strikes are getting hammered, right?
Yeah, fat pitches sometimes result in a lot of base hits for the opposition. 10 in a row now retired by Volquez. Since a leadoff single in the third by Adrian Gonzalez. 2 balls and a strike. Jody brought in a run in the first with a sacrifice fly, which at that point gave the Padres a 2-0 lead. Since then, 5 unanswered from the Reds. Three and one. Jody lines it to center field. Taveras going back and makes the catch in stride in the warning track and on the track. So just me, or the ball's carrying pretty well to center and left center tonight.
It seems like it. I mean, when you look at the flags in the outfield, you know, the wind is blowing straight down.
They're not doing much.
No.
Kuzminoff coming up.
Seems like the ball is traveling well.
Hammond grounded out to third in the first inning and fanned in the third. So it's 11 in a row now set down by Volquez. Could not check his swing and goes around. 1 ball, 1 strike. Reunion of sorts for Kuz, whose first ever major league at bat came off of Volquez when both were in different organizations. Volquez was with Texas, Kuz with Cleveland. Fouled back. Let's take you back to September 2nd, 2006. There's Kuz with the Tribe, Volquez with the Rangers, and on the first pitch he ever saw in the big leagues, grand slam center field in Arlington.
You know, you think about that, that's remarkable. The first pitch you ever see at the big league level, bases are loaded, and you hit a grand slam.
Incredible. Very noteworthy. First player in Major League history to ever do that. Scooped by Hernandez, 2 balls, 2 strikes. So what are the percentages on that?
Oh my gosh. I don't know.
Now, hasn't been done since. The Jeremy Hermida of Florida, he might have hit a grand slam in his first.
But it wasn't the first pitch you saw.
That's what I was going to get at. That's down low on a full count. Three and 2 on Kuzminoff. 2 outs, nobody aboard in the San Diego 6th. Padres trying to do anything to get Volquez out of this rhythm. The right-handers 3-2. Check, appeal, no swing, says first base umpire Brian Runge. And maybe that's the beginning. A 2-out walk in the 6th here to Kuzminoff. Ends the string at 11 in a row, set down by Edinson Volquez. Did he go? Very close.
Very, very close.
A lot of youngsters out.
Yeah.
Really young youngsters. Infants. Babies. Saturday night. Mom and dad electing against the babysitters. Ball one low to Nick. That's going to bring Hernandez out to the mound. Nick has a single and 2 at bats. Five runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Reds. 2-4-0 for the Padres. These teams conclude this 3-game series tomorrow with a 105 game. We're on the air at 1 o'clock. Bronson Arroyo will go for the Reds against Jake Peavy tomorrow. Jake will make his team-leading 9th start. Down in the dirt for 2 balls, no strikes.
Well, Volquez's pitch count is getting up there, 92 to be exact. But it's a point in the game where a pitcher really has to concentrate on making a quality pitch, because if you hang one, it could be a 2-run shot.
Where you know. Volquez taking his time. Boy, something may be wrong here. They're looking towards the dugout as well. And plate umpire Jim Joyce going out. Here comes Dusty. Yeah, something's up with Volquez here.
Yeah, I'll be quite honest with you. I did not recognize anything the last pitch.
Mark Mann, their head athletic trainer, is out. Let's take a look at the last delivery from Volquez, see if we notice anything.
Gets the ball back.
He kind of grimaced a little bit.
Yeah, he did. Trying to stretch his, who knows, could be a number of things.
Nothing going on in the Reds bullpen as of this moment.
He's done.
That's actually Steve Ballman, their assistant athletic trainer, but nonetheless, that's going to be all for Volquez. And we'll depart this game with a 3-0 count on Nick Hundley. And the Reds will have a new pitcher, and that new hurler will have as much time as they need to get loose. Looks like it's going to be Lincoln. Mike Lincoln. This pitching change is brought to you by San Diego Harley-Davidson, where we
and had those injuries, pitching back at the big league level. I remember Mike Lincoln last year, when we saw him the brief time in Cincinnati, I really liked his stuff. Fastball, cutter, curve, and a change. High 80s, low 90s. Although this year is kind of scuffling with the command. 11 walks, 13 innings pitched. He's given up 14 earned runs. So he'll get as much time as he needs because of the injury to Volquez.
A 33-year-old who missed not one, not two, but 3 full seasons. 05, 06, and 07 out with injury.
By the way, Hot Rod Lincoln, Commander Cody.
Nice call. Hey fans, get your mobile phones ready. Time for Win Every Day in May, presented by Hawaiian Airlines. Text WAVE and your full name to 269-411 for your chance to win a pair of Hawaiian Airlines tickets or other great prizes. Hawaiian Airlines, America's #1 airline for quality and performance.
Oh, he's got the Eric Gagne giveaway glasses on tonight.
Lincoln getting ready. Had a rough April. ERA over 15, but has not given up a run in his last 3 outings, which encompasses a total of 5 innings pitched.
You know, relievers are geared up to where they have to get hot in the bullpen over the course of a season. You know, they've got to get ready right now. Maybe 10, 12, 15 pitches, because then they get 8 pitches when they get out of the mound. So it looks like Mike Lincoln is ready to go.
And the reason he missed those 3 seasons, Tommy John surgery, right elbow back in 2004. 2-5 a year ago for the Reds, a 4.48. Prior to that, pitched for the Cardinals, as well as the Pirates and Twins. He inherits Kuzminoff at first with 2 outs and a 3-0 count on Hundley. It is a 5-2 Cincinnati lead here in the bottom of the 6th. That'll play down the right field side, and it's a full count. Well, if Lincoln were to walk Hundley, that actually would be charged to Volquez, but any other outcome belongs to the reliever Mike Lincoln. Cruz takes off, check swing, foul right at the plate. First baseman Rosales holding Kuzminoff on the bag with a full count and 2 outs.
This game is slowed down to a snail's pace, huh? By the way, what did the snail say when he rode on the back of the turtle? Whee!
Is that what he's saying right now?
Thought I'd break it up a little bit.
Cruz takes off 3-2. He strikes him out. It's a high, hard one. A walk and a man left on. And the Padres have now stranded 5 at the end of 6. 5-2 Reds. Big appetite, small budget. Satisfy both with Saquon Casino's incredible all-you-can-eat prime rib buffet, now for only $10. This game progresses to the top of the 7th, 5-2 Cincinnati. And Greg Burke is the new pitcher for the Padres.
Well, only a 3-run deficit for San Diego as we get late, so a chance for Greg Burke. I almost said Greg Booker, former right-handed pitcher out of the bullpen for the Padres back in the day.
Not to be confused with Rod Booker.
Yeah, or Booker T. Washington. But
Right.
148 batting average for Greg Burke, always working out of the stretch.
We'll face the 8-9 in one part of the order.
His major league debut. Four parts of minor league seasons for the right-hander. 30 saves in those 4 minor league seasons. He also has made some starts, 27 of them in the minor leagues. Going from the windup. I take that back. Going from the windup.
All one inside to Alex Gonzalez. He was 0 for 2.
Excuse me, Mark, but I remember talking to Darren Balsley yesterday, and he said the book on Burke is that he's a strike thrower, sinker, slider, changeup, and he keeps the ball down. That's what he has done. He's been known for in the minor leagues.
Greg Burke attended Duke University in Durham, North Carolina, where he pitched for the Blue Devils. He had a double major there, business and sociology.
Wow.
At Duke. Earned his bachelor's degree in 2005.
You can see he's got a good sinker, movement on that pitch. And you can see that if he keeps it down, he's going to get a lot of ground balls.
Chopped out left side, charged by Chris Burke. Now we got Gonzalez.
So you got Burke and Burke batting 8th and 9th for the Friars, right?
You do. Yeah, that was not a double switch. You got the pitcher still batting 9th.
So it's not Duke and Duke like in Trading Places.
Right.
It's Burke and Burke.
It was the Burks. Mike Lincoln. If you would have asked him 10 minutes ago, do you think you'll be getting an at-bat tonight? You probably would have got a resounding no, but here he is. With the stick in his hand, 1 for 12 in his career.
By the way, Commander Cody and his Lost Planet Airmen, the artist of that song, Hot Rod Lincoln. Great song, by the way.
Good little guitar riff there.
Oh, man. It's awesome.
Punch foul right side. So the Reds tonight, Joey Votto left the game earlier. And now starting pitcher Edinson Volquez. Nice fitting batting helmet.
Yeah. It's not even on his head.
It's not like it's not pulled down all the way, is it? Burke just missing the outside corner, 2-2. Got it tilted a little bit.
Well, on the back of his helmet it says number 6. It reads, I should say, number 16. Darnell McDonald is an outfielder.
And a strikeout, first major league strikeout for Greg Burke.
He just threw him a sinker, kept it away, and he got the pitcher, Lincoln. You know, you'd like to punch out Albert Pujols for your first major league strikeout, right? Or, you know, Adrian Gonzalez maybe.
Sometimes it's Mike Lincoln.
Yeah, I can just see Greg Burke on the banquet circuit this offseason back home, or giving the commencement speech at Duke one day.
Your first strikeout was whom?
Sorry about striking out Mike Lincoln.
Who was your first strikeout?
Dwayne Walker. Batted second for the Cincinnati Reds, in fact, who are in town tonight. Left-hander.
Willie Taveras.
Oh.
Nice pick up by Kuz, who was cheating in on the grass, running against the bunt. 3 up, 3 down for Greg Burke in his first major league inning. It's time to stretch at Petco. 5-2 Cincinnati. San Diego fans of the game tonight. Just over 31,000 paid. 31,001. Paid crowd at Petco Park tonight on this Saturday. Into the bottom of the 7th inning. 5-2 Cincinnati. 8-9-1 come up for the Padres, and it's Chris Burke, the shortstop, to lead off. First pitch swinging. And sends it in the air to center field, and Willie Taveras. See right there, I think that ball carried. I mean, it was a routine fly ball, more, but it went further because you saw Taveras initially react like he was going to come in a bit for that ball, and then had to drift back a little to his left.
You think it's maybe the?
I don't have a reason.
It's
why.
a little cool tonight. A little,
yeah. I don't know why it's carrying that way. Though. Purely empirical. What I'm saying here, it seems like it's carrying that way.
I know what you mean.
Edgar pinch hitting for Greg Burke. So a scoreless inning with 1 strikeout, 0s across otherwise for Burke in his major league debut. Breaking ball, whack left field. Nick's going back. This has got a chance. Gone. Edgar hits one out, a pinch hit home run, and it's 5-3. Third of the year for Edgar Gonzalez.
Oh, lean on me. Mike Lincoln trying to throw the old number 2, throwing him the deuce. And Edgar making him pay. That ball got out in a hurry. Nice catch right there by the Friar faithful out and left.
And Lincoln will exit stage left. Pitching change brought to you by your San Diego Hyundai dealers. who offer 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty and award-winning vehicles like the 2009 North American Car of the Year, the Hyundai Genesis. Been since last Saturday since the Padres have had a game without a Gonzalez home run. Pitching profile brought to you by Mission Federal Credit Union, proudly supporting our hometown Padres. 23 branches in San Diego County. Our mission is your mission. Here's Arthur Rhodes.
Arthur Rhodes pitched last night. It was against Adrian Gonzalez, lefty on lefty, and once again, lefty on lefty to Brian Giles. Remember, though, last night, 4 breaking balls out of the zone, ball 4. Arthur Rhodes to Brian Giles. Strike 1 with a fastball in the outside corner. Fastball, slider, and a change from the lefty.
So Rhodes becomes the 3rd Cincinnati pitcher of the game. 5-3 Reds. Padres batting bottom of the 7th. Did he go? Appeal? No. Third base umpire Darrell Cousins. Ooh, caught a break, I think.
Yeah.
So instead of 1 and 2, a 2-1 pitch is low. 3 balls and a strike. Chop to the right side. And Phillips.
Well, we did a sequence last night, Arthur Rhodes versus Adrian Gonzalez. How about tonight, Mr. Rhodes against Mr. Giles? First pitch fastball outside corner. Remember, last night was 2nd and 3rd. Nobody on here, but consistently, again, keeping the ball away. Now it's a hitter's count. And Brian kind of got tied up on a high fastball. So a lot of fastballs to Brian Giles rather than the breaking balls to Adrian last night. But number 23, Adrian Gonzalez, waits on deck. Hopefully Eck can get on. Get that tying run to the plate.
Doubled and scored in the first. Since then, it's bounced to the mound and fly to center. Eck may have thought that one was a little low. Floats it out to right field. Bruce coming in. The pinch hit home run for Edgar Gonzalez. And the Padres get 1. The heart of the order coming up for Cincinnati. We'll go to the 8th. 5-3 Reds. People Magazine and Major League Baseball have teamed up to recognize individuals who have served their communities in extraordinary ways. Finalists will represent their team at the 2009 All-Star Game in St. Louis. To nominate yourself or another community All-Star, log on to www.peopleallstars.com and do so by May 22nd. Clay Meredith in is the fourth San Diego pitcher.
And when you look at the lineup for the Reds, 2-3-4, righty, righty, righty. So hopefully Clay Meredith has that sinker working. Got to work on that opponent's batting average at 352. When you look at the splits, though, on Clay Meredith, both righties and lefties hitting well above 300.
Ball one inside to Jerry Hairston Jr. Hairston, Rosales, and Phillips. That's rocketed towards the left field corner. Foul.
Out in front of this one, you can see that hooking so far out front that even Kazim Kuzmanov was kind of putting a little body language on it. Body English. Ah, the Lucha Libre mask. That was a giveaway a couple years ago. Still popular.
We do get word now on the two Cincinnati players that had to depart this game early. Joey Votto left the game in the bottom of the fourth with mild dizziness, and he's the guy who's had some flu problems the last week plus. And pitcher Edinson Volquez leaving with mild spasms mid-back. They took him out of the game with a 3-0 count on Hundley in the sixth. To right field and Giles. Ryan coasting towards the line. One away in the Cincinnati eighth. Here's Adam Rosales, who came in for Votto in the last of the fourth. So he has come up one time, not an official at bat. And he walked and scored in the sixth. Rosales had 3 different stints with the Reds last year. Played in a total of 18 games. He is out of Park Ridge, Illinois.
Really?
Maine High School.
Ah.
Your neck of the woods, right?
Yep.
Chicago area. Right call, 2-1. Played collegiately at Western Michigan University, which is in Kalamazoo, Michigan.
I was just going to say Kalamazoo.
On a level limit, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Little looper out to left, and it's down in front of Hairston. A base hit for Rosales, a 1-out single.
Looks like it was an off-speed pitch, and Rosales was out in front of it. It's a one-hander.
Hundley wanted the appeal, but plate umpire Jim Joyce not having anything to do with that. Ball 1 on Phillips. Here's a 12-game hitting streak riding. Perhaps right here. What could be his final plate appearance of the night. He's 0 for 3 with an RBI on a ground out in the 4th. And hit him in the batter's box. Reds now with 6 hits and the Padres with 5. Padres have had only 1 hit since the 3rd, that being the Edgar Gonzalez pinch hit home run in the 7th. Soft toss by Clay to first. Phillips towards right center field and a long run for Giles. Unable to catch up to it on the warning track. Back to first goes Rosales. The ball off the bat looked like it may be extra bases, but a nice running grab by Brian Giles in the right center alley.
And as you mentioned, the ball has a tendency to carry tonight, and that ball looked like it was down and in, a breaky ball. And Brian Giles picking up his pitcher right in front of the Brandon Phillips mugshot out there. Brandon Phillips is a good hitter. I like the way he swings the bat. Going the opposite way, he's got pop.
Aggressive.
Yes. Good player. Gold Glover too, as you mentioned earlier.
Home one outside to Jay Bruce, whose home run in his last at bat right now is the difference in this game. Track Jenny live online. Twitter updates, twitter.com/JennyCH4.
Yeah, there's many reasons why you should join in with Jenny there on Twitter. Today we gave away a couple of tickets to today's game for people following Jenny on Twitter. She's got a huge following, by the way.
I'm well aware an increasingly larger following by the day. That's foul.
She's got 525 followers on Twitter.
It was 400 on the last homestand.
Yeah.
Now it's over 500.
I'm guessing by the end of this homestand she'll have 1,000.
It's heading in that direction. Mujica in the San Diego bullpen. Nicely snagged by Adrian. The ball was sharply hit. Rosales base hit. He's left on. That's just 3 stranded tonight by the Reds. Gold Glover Adrian Gonzalez making For your chance to win the Jerome's Best seat online at jeromes.com. When you paid the lowest price on your new furniture, that's Jerry's price. Rhodes still out there to face Gonzalez. You have lefty, righty, lefty due up in the San Diego 8th. Adrian, Hairston, and Jody Garrett.
We'll see how he pitches, Adrian, with nobody on base and leading off the inning. Remember, we mentioned before, second and third, first base was open, and he walked it on 4 straight breaking balls.
A single in the third. Also, he's grounded out and struck out. All of that against the starter, Volquez. Two in the first tonight for San Diego. The Reds 1 in the 4th. They took the lead with 2 in the 5th, added 2 more in the 6th. Edgar homered in the 7th, a pinch hit home run. Look at the most times brothers homering the same game as teammates. Well, twice for Adrian and Edgar. And if Adrian can somehow go deep here, could make it a 3rd time. As Edgar went yard as a pinch hitter, as I mentioned an inning ago.
So that doesn't count like the wiffle ball games in the backyard growing up as a kid?
No, I think this is just all Major League Baseball,
okay.
yeah.
Gotcha.
If it included wiffle ball, it'd probably be in the
hundreds.
Yeah, sure. Way up there. Foul down the left field side.
But were they so good as kids that they have to be on separate teams?
The other neighborhood kids would probably demand that.
Yeah.
I would think.
It's only fair.
You know, Edgar kind of quietly come off the bench and produce this year.
Absolutely. He can hit.
Still 2-2. Right-handed bat, Hairston on deck. Whether Rhodes gets Gonzalez or not probably will dictate whether he faces the right-handed Hairston or not, with the lefty Garrett facing Garrett coming up after Hairston. Also, we have to keep in mind that Rhodes has already gone 2/3 of an inning, winning the last 2 outs of the 7th. 39-year-old Arthur Rhodes. We do have David Weathers up, who threw an inning and 2/3 here last night. Full count. Houston on deck. They're going to sign off, and now Rhodes 3-2 to Adrian leading off.
It looked like a breaking ball that Adrian pulled foul there, but the count full, nobody on base. Let's see what Arthur Rhodes wants to throw. See what Poppy puts down. Breaking ball. I'm guessing slider. Oh,
Jammed and popped up third base side. Hairston reaching. Whoa. Can't get to it and almost flipped over the railing.
A little help from the trainers also for the Cincinnati Reds dugout. Breaking ball up and in, and Jerry Harrison Jr., there's one trainer there helping him so he doesn't fall over the railing there.
There is a leadoff walk in the San Diego 8th. Decision time for Dusty Baker. And that decision looks like it will mean bringing in Weathers here. So a 10-pitch plate appearance there for Adrian. Turns into a leadoff walk. This pitching change brought to you by San Diego Harley-Davidson, where we are always country first. David Weathers coming on the scene for the Reds when we return. Create your dream yard today. Visit rcpblock.com.
Well, the right-hander Weathers coming in, try to get that grounder with nobody out, and at least try to get to the opponent's batting average going at 182. He's their setup guy. Fastball, slider, change. This guy works down, down, and down.
He tossed an inning at 2/3 scoreless last night, allowed only one hit. You look at the numbers, he's thrown 14 outings this year. He's only been scored upon in one of those outings. The 3 runs he's given up this year all came in the same game, May 8th. He allowed 3 runs in just a third of an inning to the Cardinals. Other than that, he's not allowed a run in any of the other 13.
Remember, you and I were talking to Tom Brennan before the first game of the series yesterday, and he said, you know what, if you took 2 outings away from our bullpen guys, the bullpen ERA would be 2.5.
That's down the line and right fair. Up against the 322 sign. Adrian will be stopped at third. It's a double for Hairston. And the tying runs are in scoring position with nobody out in the San Diego 8th. Hairston with a bullet the other way.
Exactly what the Padres need here in the 8th inning. Multiple base runners and still nobody out. As Scotty does a nice job of staying inside that ball, taking it to right center field, or right field, I should say. Just fair. And that's the right call, holding up Adrian. Nobody out, second, third, putting a little pressure on this Reds pitching staff.
Up high, ball 1 to Jody Garrett. The sac fly came in the first, his 12th run batted into the season.
It's time to bust out the Shillelaghs, don't you think?
Not a bad idea.
Bust out the wood.
To the right side. Will get a run home. Rosales takes it himself. And Hairston advances to third. So it's a 5-4 game. And now the tying run 90 feet away with 1 out. Garrett gets his second RBI of the game. Now the Reds will bring the infield in with the tying run at third. And Kuzman off the hitter. He's 0 for 2. Rounding out in the first, fanning in the third, and walking in the sixth, all against Volquez.
Well, Jayhawk Neely, I think I'm feeling it.
This is the second time this year.
Give it a little rub, my friend. Bust him out at home while you got him.
2 balls and a strike. Five for Cincinnati, bottom of the 8th. The tying run at third with 1 out. Just missing with the inside corner, 3-1.
Oh, you got to love this count, huh? 3-1. Last pitch, Weathers trying to go inside, and that's a ball. That's inside.
A walk to Kuzminoff. Second time he's been given a free pass. We'll put the double play in order. Send up Nick Hundley. See how the Reds go defensively here. Nick, 1 for 3. Singling in the second. Middle infielders look to turn 2.
Slider on the half shell. Good pitch by Weathers. Late break. Tiny little tilt at the end there.
And rides inside, a ball and a strike. Since the single in the second, Nick has grounded a short and struck out. Runners at the corners, 1 out. Inside, 2-1. Burke is the on-deck batter. Popped up. Caught by Gonzalez, 2 outs. Runners at the corners, now for Burke. And it will be a pinch hitter, Chase Headley. They bring a switch hitter off the bench, Hundley. The bat left-handed against the right-hander Weathers. We got the pitcher spot due up next. Padres still have Macias available on the bench. A left-handed bat. He's coming to the on-deck circle. There's Drew. Blanco and Wilson also available from the right side if you're keeping track along with us. On that Padres bench. A little low, 3-0.
Well, David Weathers not getting the call. on that last slider. Working down. Pretty good pitch.
And a 4-pitch walk to the pinch hitter Hundley. Will load the bases with 2 outs. And now another pinch hitter will come up. This time it will be Drew Macias for Clay Meredith. Dick Cole, the pitching coach for the Reds, strolls to the mound.
Maybe going over a little scouting report for David Weathers. I mean, David Weathers has been around the block. Dick Cole, the pitching coach, is all that information in the dugout just to go give his right-hander a little bit of a breather. Plus to tell him a little bit about Drew Macias.
He pinch hit last night in the 7th and grounded out to 3rd. That was against starting pitcher for the Reds, Aaron Harang. Rally caps are on. Padres down a run. Bases loaded, 2 outs, last of the 8th. Strike call. From Weathers into.
He throws that backdoor slider. It's not a big slider. It just cuts a little bit.
Bust him in with a fastball. Upper 80s, 2-2. Just missing. Weathers barking, and it's a full count.
Wow, did you see home plate umpire Jim Joyce step out from behind the catcher after David Weathers barked out? Watch David Weathers' reaction after this pitch. And then Jim Joyce stepping out in front of the catcher.
Bases loaded. It's Hairston at 3rd, Kuz at 2nd, Headley at 1st. They'll all be on the move. And a 3-2 to the pinch hitter Macias. Ball 4, and a walk has tied this game at 5. David Weathers sending the, shall we say, stink eye towards Jim Joyce, the plate umpire.
He sure is. And you know what? Oh, they got the old stare down working. Said it's right over the plate. And he goes, no, it's not right over the plate. That's terrible, he said. Wow. David Weathers thinking that he's getting squeezed out there, and Jim Joyce saying, no, those were not strikes. Now, great discipline by Drew Macias. This last pitch, a slider. Down and in, according to Jim Joyce. There's no doubt David Weathers was around the plate. I mean, he was not missing by much.
Now the Reds go get a left-hander, Daniel Herrera, out of their bullpen, with a lefty Giles coming up.
He was around the plate. I mean, you know, you got to credit the Padre hitters, too, for laying off such pitches. I think a lot of those pitches could have gone either way.
No doubt. No doubt. No question about it.
Each umpire has his own individual strike zone. to where they're going to call certain pitches.
David Weathers still sending the glare in the direction of plate umpire Jim Joyce. Now the Padres have come back to tie this game here in the 8th, have the bases loaded, 2 out.
And you know, David Weathers said his piece when he left the mound. Jim Joyce said his piece as he was walking off the mound. And Jim Joyce is strapping the mask back on, getting ready to do some business. You know, according to Jim Joyce, he's forgotten about it. David Weathers, though, on the other hand, he's right there on the top step, near the top step of the dugout.
First pitch strike from Herrera. Well, here's how it went down.
Where was that at? It was outside, inside. That's a pretty good pitch. It was over the plate. No, it wasn't over the plate. That's terrible. Got to go.
Ryan homered in the first, walked in the second. Lined out to short in the 5th and grounded out his last time up in the 7th. Way out in front.
The sweeper starts at the back hip pocket and ends up off the plate.
Got him looking. Padres get 2 in the 8th on only 1 hit. The Hairston double, the only hit. There were 4 Cincinnati walks in the inning, and we're tied. Padres.com and cast your votes. Help make sure your Padres are well represented in St. Louis on July 14th. Fans who vote at least 20 times receive a special ticket offer, so visit Padres.com today and vote often. Tied at 5 in the 9th, and Heath Bell comes in for the 2nd consecutive game in this series.
The save is out the door since we're at home, so Heath Bell trying to hold these guys in the 9th and possibly walk away with a victory. Striking numbers for the right-hander.
2nd straight game of the series, 3rd consecutive game when you include throwing an inning in Chicago. Josh Wilson takes over at short. To right field. Towards the line. Giles diving. That is a foul ball. What an effort by Giles.
Oh.
Unfortunately, it gets up and is all right.
Yeah, what a great effort by Bryant. Just out of his reach. And you know what? It's when there's a play like that, you have to worry about the wrist, the elbow, the shoulder. Long run and a great effort.
Hernandez, 2 singles, 1 walk, a run scored. Takes up high. Right call, 1-2. Little tap, Bell coming towards the line. And waits to tag him. 1 unassisted, 1 out, top of the ninth. Here's Nix. A 2-run home run in the 5th. Nearly had a 2-run home run his first time up in the 2nd when Garrett brought one back from the center field fence. The home run was Nix's 3rd of the season. 5-5 game here in the top of the 9th.
Remember what we talked about in the pregame show about when the Padres are at home here, and one of the keys that I mentioned was keeping the ball in the ballpark. That seems to be the difference in this game. I know we're tied, but 2-run shot off the bat of this guy in the 5th inning, and then a 2-run shot off the bat of Jay Bruce in the 6th.
Good call. Now 2 2-run home runs for the Reds. They scored 5 unanswered runs at one point in this game. Padres 2 in the 1st, and the Reds 1 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 2 in the 6th. Padres 1 in the 7th and 2 in the 8th. He just missed. 3-1 on Lance Nix. And a 5-pitch walk. Puts Nix on. Well, he carefully pitched there to Nix. Now you got the 8th spot of the order, Alex Gonzalez. He's grounded out all 3 times. Once to the pitcher, once to third, and once to short. Gonzalez had a couple of RBIs last night. But it was a 5-3 San Diego win to take game 1 of this series. Game 2 tonight, tied in the 9th. Dodgers lost to Florida 6-3. Giants lost to the Mets 9-6.
You know, when you're looking at scorecard management, also only one guy has been used off the bench for Dusty Baker. They've got 4 position players left. And the Padres only with Henry Blanco left.
If this game goes deep in extra innings, that certainly would be a factor.
And Gregerson, Perdomo, and Mujica left in the Padre bullpen.
A strikeout, 2 on.
Quality pitch, outside corner, off the plate a little bit. Not many hitters can do anything with that pitch. Foul tip, held on by Hundley for the punch out.
Well, the Reds will use one of those available players on their bench, a left-handed bat, Chris Dickerson. He pinch hit in the 9th last night against Heath and walked. Ball 1. Five runs, 6 hits, no errors for each team. Padres have stranded 8. The Reds have left 3 on base. No.
That's a strike.
Three and nothing. At the top of the order, waiting next. A 4-pitch walk. Take a look at this last pitch. Where's this? 2 of those 4 pitches, according to Pitch Tracker, strikes. After getting the leadoff man, he walked next. Gonzalez strikes out. Now a walk to the pinch hitter Dickerson, and it brings up the top of the order and Willie Taveras. How's the first one? Taveras has grounded out twice, struck out once, and flied out once. 0 for 4.
Outfield are playing a little bit on the shallow side also, because if there's a ground ball, the outfielder's chance to maybe throw him out at the plate.
2. Well, at 19 pitches here in the inning. Reds 5, Padres 5. 2 on, 2 outs in the Cincinnati 9th. You know, 2 to Willie Taveras. Line into right. Giles coming in and makes the grab. Well, they look like big trouble off the bat. But Gilly able to race in and make the play. The Reds strand 2. Eck, Adrian, and Hairston due up. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th tie. Bottom of the ninth inning, tied at 5. Cincinnati's new pitcher, their 6th of the game, right-hander Jared Burton.
Well, it looks like walks could be an issue at times for Jared Burton. The high ERA at 5.28, a fastball, cutter, slider, and a changeup. And you know what? Padres like their chances when you got Eckstein, Gonzalez, and Hairston do up. That sounds like a run. And taking his warm-up pitches just a bit outside, went for the corner and missed, according to pitch track.
It's the corner there. Strike one to Eckstein to begin the last of the ninth.
Although that could be a diversion tactic or a scare tactic.
Psych out the opposition.
Yeah, throw the ball back to the screen and have the hitters shaking their boots a little bit.
One hop to third. Hairston, who's playing in, throws him out. Hit the mascot nuke.
Remember earlier in the series, especially yesterday, talked about the Cincinnati Reds back in the old days. They were not allowed to wear facial hair. Now everybody's sporting a beard. Aaron Harang, Gonzalez on the right, Burton on the left. Different versions.
I thought he had a pitch to drive there.
That looked like a cutter on the inside part of the plate. Just a little bit of movement in on the hands.
Green 1 for 3. There's a single in the third. He walked leading off the 8th and later scored. Takes a strike 1 and 2.
Try to backdoor the slider, just misses. Button called a strike.
Adrian protecting, fouls it back. He homered last night in the first inning. Off Aaron Harang, taking it out to right. Major League leading 15th.
Eastlake beating Patrick Henry on that one. We had Grossmont, Eastlake, Patrick Henry, Granite Hills, Bryant Giles in the house. We had a lot of high schools represented last night.
Three and two.
Once again, you can't let this guy beat you, right?
That's got to be the mindset if you're the
Walk in
opposition.
and take your chances. Walk in and pitch to Hairston. Pitch to Garrett. Yeah, those guys can hurt you, no doubt, but you don't want to make a mistake with this guy and have him walk off.
That's fair behind the bag, and Rosales takes it himself.
I think Adrian may have gotten a little froggy on that one. Maybe a little anxious. See what this pitch is? It's up.
Base is empty, 2 outs for Scott Hairston. Had a big double in that 2-run rally in the 8th. In fact, that was the only hit of the inning. Also walked once.
This has got Scott Harrison home run written all over it. Hasn't it?
He's had a flair for the dramatic.
Yes, he has. In fact, you know what? I'm going out on a limb.
Oh, boy.
I'm calling it. Ball's off the plate.
Maybe you should just call the balls and strikes from up here. Jim Joyce can go call it a night. The 1-1. Towards the middle, Gonzalez.
Safe. Way to hustle, Scott Hairston.
Infield hit for Scott Hairston keeps the ninth alive for San Diego. Beat it.
Yeah. He did. Yeah, he did. He most certainly did.
Two-out base runner for Garrett, and Scott's got to be careful. Diving back. Just getting back again.
Scotty leaning a little bit.
Really close. Well, that's three. He's gotten back by a fraction each time.
Oh, whoa, that was close.
Certainly up that time, but Burton is showing he's got a pretty good move over there.
Yeah. Quick at the feet, snap throw. He goes from the extreme first base side of the rubber, so that helps him out a little bit too. Wow. Where was that? Jody Garrett should be okay. Thank you.
Let the crowd's booing, but those are some really close plays.
Yes,
Getting back to first for Hairston.
You know, if that's a good throw, you try to, make that quick snap throw down by the bag.
A little closer there.
Hey, well, from Burton's standpoint, why not keep throwing over there? You wear him down a little bit. Might take a half a step away or so if he elects to go to second base, and that's the difference between being out and safe at second base. Oh, shin
fouled it off his leg.
Oh, that hurts. That was on right off the bat down to the shin. The right shin of Jody Garrett. Ouch, bad.
Reds 5, Padres 5, 2 outs, bottom of the ninth. Hairston at first, draws another throw. Got 3 for 3 in stolen base attempts on the season. Mariners have had some success against Hernandez. Softly hit out to Phillips. And for the 6th time this year, the Padres are headed to extra innings. A 2-out single, the Padres strand their 9th. This game's going to the 10th. The Padres pitchers Edward Mujica.
He'll have 2, 3, 4 do it for Cincinnati, and you never know how long this game is going to go. The Padres do have an off day Monday, and pitcher spot do it 4th next inning for San Diego. So Mujica with an inning of work here, chance for the right-hander to get a victory. But good part of the lineup coming up for the Redlegs.
Hairston, Rosales, and Phillips. Mujica last pitched at Wrigley on Wednesday. 2 scoreless and hitless innings with 1 strikeout. Gary Hairston Jr. It's a fastball strike. Double leading off the 4th and scored in that frame. Reds 0-2 in extra innings this year. Padres 3-2 in extra innings. Padres are 3-0 at home in extra innings. Let's hope that trend continues. One-two to Hairston. Mujica is the 7th San Diego pitcher. Gear went 5 2/3. Thatcher a third of an inning. Burke went an inning. Meredith and Bell also each going an inning. That leaves Perdomo and Gregerson. Gregerson pitched last night, 2/3 of an inning. 2-2 to Hairston, leading off the top of the 10th.
Got him. Nice.
Back to the heat and the strikeout.
Fastball kind of rode up and into Jerry Hairston Jr. Big punch out for the right-hander Mujica.
Adam Rosales, since entering the game in the bottom of the 4th, walked and scored in the 6th and singled in the 8th.
Look at part of the umpire.
I don't think it did.
I didn't think it did either. But after that pitch, Jim Joyce had a little exchange with. Oh, that went whizzing right by his head.
Right by his right ear.
Oh, yeah, Nick Hundley. It went. Did you see what Nick was doing? The ball went so.
Nick
close.
probably saying, "Did that get you?"
Yeah, it looked like it may have gotten him.
One for Mujica. One out, nobody on in the Cincinnati 10th. In foul ground, Hundley and Adrian Gonzalez and Nick in front of the dugout makes the grab.
Getting some help from his friends.
Cleanup hitter Brandon Phillips, the batter.
I've got a little celebrity lookalike for Edwin Mujica.
I know who you're going to say.
I know, as I've told you before. Might be a stretch, but I can see it.
I can see it. Wait till the yeah.
I've got a little bit like Lawrence Fishburne,
yeah,
the actor.
Mm-hmm.
Should you give me a point on that one?
Yeah, I'll give you a point on that one. The 2-0 to Phillips. Sharply hit the third. Kuz stays on his feet, and Adrian crosses in the foul ground and keeps the right foot on the bag. Line in order. Go the Reds. Kuz, Hundley, and Wilson coming up.
Padres value lineup this season. Enjoy the Padres 5-for-5 value deal and get a hot dog, regular soda, peanuts, popcorn, and a cookie, all for just $5 at any regular season home game. Pick up your Padres 5-for-5 value deal at your next Padres game.
Cruz leading off, bottom of the 10th. A first pitch strike. Walks in his last 2 plate appearances. That's bounced up there. We got Gregerson and Perdomo left in the bullpen for San Diego. Cordero and Owings for the Reds. There's Micah Owings. Oh, that drilled him. Gordon hits Kuz. Well, got to bunt him over here?
Yes, I say yes. That's my gut feeling.
Goes back and takes ball 1. Does not have a sacrifice bunt yet on the season.
Now maybe he'll pull it off. Now maybe 2-0. You get something you can hack at. You got Wilson on deck, and you got the pitcher spot. You've only got 1 pinch hitter left in Henry Blanco, and he's still squaring around.
3-0.
Or you're working for a walk.
Got to take at least 1 here, right? Taking a strike. And he walked him. A hit by pitch and a walk, and 2 on, nobody out in the San Diego 10th.
Just off the plate. Dusty Baker in the background. Oh, he can't believe it. I don't know whether he's mad at. I think he's more upset with his pitcher.
That's going to be my question. Call or pitcher?
I think it's pitcher there. Because after the reaction, he kind of looked out there. It's tough for him to tell if it's a ball or a strike from the dugout.
All right, same question here. Got to bunt him over?
I think that answers that, huh?
Yeah, it does. Josh Wilson.
So now if he bunts him over, you got Henry Blanco coming up. Will they pitch to Blanco, or do they walk him and they go to Giles? They got a right-hander up in the bullpen.
Wilson came in the ninth. This is his first plate appearance of the night. Lays it down beautifully. Picked up bare hand. And the sacrifice advances Kuzman off to third and Hundley down to second. And Wilson advancing the runners, and now a decision here for the Reds. As Blanco will pinch hit.
Nicely done. Executed perfectly.
They've used their two lefties, Rhodes and Herrera, so they got to pitch to Blanco here, even with the base open. Infield end. Off speed, strike one. Blanco is the last available position player on the San Diego bench. We'll work the third with Burton stepping off. Breaking ball is low. San Diego had an early 2-0 lead. Reds came back. We're up 5-2 going to the bottom of the 7th. Padres won in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, tied it up. We're 5-5, bottom of the 10th. Runners at second and third, one out. Blanco batting with Mujica. 1-2.
Good tilt on the slider. And Blanco way out in front. It's got to be tough coming off the bench and facing a pitcher removing stuff like that.
Carries it. Smothered by Hernandez. 2-2.
Outfield, very shallow. Get something to elevate to the outfield right here. Infield in, cutting down the range. A hot smash through the infield will work.
Full count. First base is open. Giles on deck. Burton doesn't have to give in here. But ideally, from a Reds perspective, they obviously want to get Blanco, walk the lefty Giles, I would assume, and get the right-handed Eckstein up. But they've got to execute.
Yep.
The bench coaches are busy. You saw Teddy Simmons on the left.
Yep.
Full count on the pinch hitter, Henry Blanco. Now he requests time.
No, you're right. The punch out would be the ideal thing here because then 2 outs, you can move back to defense and force at any base.
Strike 3 on the inside corner. 2 outs.
Pretty good pitch. I look like a front door cutter or something.
Now they're going to walk Giles. Put the lefty on to load the bases and bring up the right-handed hitting Eckstein.
Looks like Michael Owings is ready to go. Face the right-hander Eckstein if Dusty Baker elects to go that way. Dusty's going to go check his notes. Keeps a lot of notes down there in that dugout. Infield back, force it any base.
Eckstein 1 for 5. He faced Burton in the ninth and grounded out to third. Ball 1 down and in.
Be nice to wear one right here for the walk-off hit batsman.
Good call. Padres have loaded the bases without a hit. A hit by pitch, a walk, a sac bunt, a strikeout, and an intentional walk. Reds 5, Padres 5 of the 10th.
Burton has been inconsistent with his breaking ball. Remember, there was the Blanco in the dirt. These are up to Eckstein. If he hangs one, it's got base hit written all over it.
Pops it foul, 2-2.
Josh Gear still hanging in there after twirling 5 2/3 tonight.
The only hit the Padres have off Burton is that infield hit from Hairston in the ninth. Strike 3 on the inside corner. And the Reds get out of it. Padres leave the bases loaded and have now stranded a dozen. This game moves to the 11th, 5-5. Gregerson, the new pitcher.
Unbelievable. Bonus baseball. And when you look at the scorecards, no more bench players for the Padres. 2 relievers for the Reds. And 1 reliever left for the Padres. That's Luis Perdomo. 3 bench players for Dusty Baker, though.
Bruce has a 2-run home run in 4 at-bats. This was in the 6th. With a man on. Oh, carried out into the San Diego bullpen. Off Josh Gear. Hey, one thing you got to keep in mind with the Reds, Michael Owings.
He can hit
Pitcher.
now, too.
Yeah, that's where I'm going with that. Excellent pinch hitter. 3 for 5 as a pinch hitter with a home run this year. A little more flexibility there. Gregerson is the 7th San Diego pitcher of the game. Two and two. Bruce Hernandez and Nix in the Reds' 11th. Final game of this series tomorrow is a day game. We're on the air at 1 o'clock. Jake Peavy will take the hill for the Padres against Bronson Arroyo. Strikeout of Bruce, 1 out in the 11th.
Big first out, especially this part of the lineup for the Reds, and it's that slider that Luke Gregerson is known for, down and in. You know, the bullpen for the Padres tonight has done a nice job.
Spectacular.
As far as my count is 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the 6th strikeout for the bullpen.
Bullpen's allowed 1 hit.
Yep. And 2 walks only, and those were Heath Bell walks that did not score.
Couple of singles for Hernandez. Chops this out to short. And Wilson's throw. Well, over DVT, they're hanging out.
Look at John Weisbarth. He's not going over notes. He's checking out his Facebook. And Bob Scanlon enjoying a nice cup of tea.
Put the feet up, guys.
Yeah.
It may be a while. We'll see. Relax. Left fielder Lance Nix. The older brother, Lance. Remember Jason, who was with the Rockies for a while, now with the White Sox, second baseman.
Oh, that's right. You know, it's just part of the night where one of those 5 for 5 deals sounds really good.
You're getting hungry again, aren't you?
You know?
Two outs, nobody aboard in the Reds' 11th. Three and one. Jody Garrett robbed Nix in the second at the fence and center of a possible 2-run home run. Three and two. Full count and the 3-2 to Nix. Ripped over Adrian. That's fair and down the right field side. That's going to be a double for Nix. This guy's had some good rips tonight.
Yes, he has. Remember, it was the Jody Garrett play that took a hit away from Nix in the second inning. He hit the home run, the 2-run shot in the fifth, and marked down the double here, hit sharply down the right field line.
His 10th two-base hit of the season. So there's the go-ahead run at second for the Reds with 2 outs. And shortstop Alex Gonzalez up. Five runs, 7 hits now for each team.
You know, I know nobody has a crystal ball here to tell us what's going to happen, but I just hope nothing happens to Nick Hundley or anybody.
Because there are no available position players.
Right.
For San Diego. Where do you go? Hundley out to talk with Gregerson. Well, I'm sure that scenario has already entered Ted Simmons' mind. You know, what happens now if player X goes down? Player Y. Well, they're just going to put him on. And McDonald is going to pinch hit next. An intentional walk to Alex Gonzalez. That's going to get Burton out of the game. He throws 2 scoreless innings. Aaron Balsley and the rest of the infielders will converge on the mound.
I think this is definitely a scouting report going over just to refresh the memory of the pitcher and the catcher and get the defense a little idea what's going on.
And Al McDonald.
Remember Mike Lincoln, he hit in the 6th inning, 7th inning. He struck out. He was wearing McDonald's helmet. Maybe that strikeout can rub off here.
There's Lincoln wearing McDonald's helmet earlier when he feinted the 7th. Two on and 2 outs in the Cincinnati 11th. Whip and a miss, 1-2.
Nice slider. Keeping it out of the happy zone there, down and away.
And get him to fish for it there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. To left center field, and Jody Garrett moves over. Well, right off the bat, kind of made my heart skip a beat, but easy play for Jody. They're relaxing at DVT. How's that Facebook going? Adrian. be the first relief appearance of the season for starting pitcher Michael Owings.
Well, a couple of interesting nuggets. Remember, we talked about it when Aaron Harang pitched last night. Extra inning game. Harang pitched 4 innings in relief last year, back in May 25th. The Reds have an off day on Monday. And with the way the rotation works out for Cincinnati, this is an opportunity for Micah Owings to go a few innings if needed.
Yeah, his next scheduled start is Wednesday against the Phillies. Off speed, 2 balls and a strike. Adrian has singled. In 4 at bats, he's also walked once and scored. 5-5, bottom of the 11th. Time for the blanket. Got under it. Into right center field. Racing in. Bruce calls off Phillips at the last moment to make the catch. I'll bring up Scott Hairston. He's had a flair for the dramatic. His walk-off against the Pirates. Had 3 walk-off home runs with the Padres. That one in September of last year against the Pirates. Also August of last year against the Giants. 2 years ago, I should say. And then June of last year against the Mets. A first pitch strike for Michael Owings. Has had hits his last 2 times up. Double and a run scored in the 8th and an infield single in the 9th.
Looked like Micah Owings trying to flip up a changeup there in the fastball count.
Left field. Nix waiting. 2 outs.
You know, you're right. Owings can go 3 or 4 innings because, you know, his bat in the lineup's like having a regular position player.
Exactly.
Hits so well.
Yeah, the Reds are positioned right here.
Pretty good spot.
If this game goes another few innings, yeah. Jody Garrett breaks his bat. A little flare out the right. Will be caught.
Wow.
Brandon Phillips over the shoulder. That's a nice play. And down in order go the Padres in the 11th. Phillips showing why he's got the Gold Glove. Top of the order coming up for the Reds in the 12th. The Cincinnati 12th, and leading off a bunt attempt by Taveras out of reach of Nick Hundley. Back towards the screen. Taveras 0 for 5. He lined out to Brian Giles in the ninth. His last at bat. Taveras, Hairston, and Rosales in the Cincinnati 12th. Ferguson worked the 11th, retired the first two. Then Nix doubled. He walked Gonzalez intentionally before getting the pinch hitter McDonald on a fly ball to center. To right, near the line, Giles racing. Foul, barely foul. And with as well as Willie Taveras runs, he might have wound up at third base had this been fair. Within inches of being fair. Near the chalk. Ball and 2 strikes. It's jammed. It looks it foul into the seats.
Well, you know, in a game like this, it's a better chance to get a foul ball. If you're a fan.
The longer it goes.
Right? Oh, nice slider.
Second strikeout for Luke Gregerson. 1 out in the 12th.
Keeping that ball down nicely as Gregerson starts his second inning of work. Bad hack.
Jerry Hairston Jr. is 1 out of 5.
And this is also a night where the strike zone's starting to open up a little bit.
It appears that way.
It's also a night where the batting average can
take a hit. Not careful, yeah.
Take a big hit, no pun intended.
Nothing at 2.
Oh, somebody got that with the old bubblegum trick.
2 strikeouts to begin the 12th. Actually left that one up a little bit.
Yeah, but still a sharp enough break to get him.
Did you ever pull that trick?
Oh, never.
Or had it pulled on you?
No, I was.
You were an angel.
I've had it both. I've had it done to me, and I did it many, many times.
Gonzalez came in the bottom of the 4th with Joey Votto, who left with dizziness. Right center field. Giles moving over in the alley. Gregerson has tossed 2 scoreless innings. Coos, Hundley, and Wilson do up in the bottom half. Circle at first pitch swinging. Kuzminoff sends it into center field where Willie Taveras makes the play. One pitch, one out.
Have a brew. Don't cost nothing.
And hanging here into the bottom of the 12th.
Is he from Cincinnati?
He's from that area.
Yeah.
Well-known Reds fan. First pitch strike to Hundley.
And the bubble has deflated on the hat of Joe Thatcher. He has no clue.
The bubble has burst.
Yeah.
By the way, he threw a third of an inning tonight. Got a strikeout. Heath Bell, they're giving him a little subliminal message.
That might have been Heath Bell who put that on there. Who knows?
Strikeout, 2 outs.
You know, in games like this also, sometimes hitters go up to the plate thinking, okay, I want to end it right now. Okay? I mean, it's only natural. It happens to everybody. So with that said, guys might start swinging at bad pitches, might swing early in the count at a bad pitch, over swinging.
Get a little froggy, as you
Yeah,
like
a little
to say.
froggy, yeah. A little jumpy.
Strike to Wilson. Pitcher spot due up next, and Gregerson is in the on-deck circle. There's Luke. Padres have no other available position players on the bench. That will leave play. Five score, bottom of the 12th. 2 outs, nobody on for the Padres. Mike Owings has thrown 2 perfect innings. We're headed to lucky inning number 13 with the cleanup hitter Phillips due to lead off. hits. The Padres have stranded 12. Reds have left 7 on base. And the Padres have played 6 games of 13 innings or longer last season. Won 4 of those 6. Gregerson has already worked 2 scoreless innings of relief, which has equaled his longest outing of the year. And a base hit into left field for Phillips, leading off the 13th. Well, it's a game of attrition right now, Bud, and right now, because of having Owens, a starting pitcher, available and pitching, and what his bat brings to their lineup, right now that war of attrition, I would think, favors the Reds.
Absolutely, no question about it. He's got Pop. You know, he's not going to be coming up for a while yet, but still, we don't know how long this game's going to go. So that advantage goes to the Reds.
Bruce hacking. There's a 2-run home run with 5 ABs, fanned against Luke Gregerson in the 11th. Showing no signs of bunting here with their 5-hole hitter and leading home run man Bruce, who's hit 11 on the year. Don't want to take the bat out of his hands, do the Reds. Sends it in the air to left field, and Hairston back to make the catch. Phillips wanting to tag, but it goes back to first.
Well, you look at the guys like Brian Giles, Scott Hairston, you know, the guys that have been in the lineup the whole night. That's pretty much everybody with the exception of Chris Burke. You know, sliding and I mean, look at the uniform from Giles when he dove into foul territory to try to catch that foul ball. That takes a lot out of you. The concentration level, that's what makes this game so hard. Let's keep that concentration level up into the 13th inning.
Now, this is now the longest game of the year, innings-wise, for the Padres. The previous long was the 11-inning game against the Pirates here on April 24th. All inside. The last pickoff attempt, or that last fly ball of Adrian. Having a little fun there.
Trying to deke him.
There goes the runner. Pitch swung on a miss. Throw to second. An absolutely perfect throw from Hundley, and Eckstein putting the tag down, and Phillips gunned down. 2 outs. I
didn't think Nick had a chance to get him. This ball is placed perfectly down to second base. Good jump. And it's a slider down and away. Oh my gosh, you are right. That is right there. You cannot place that ball any perfectly. Nice job, Nick Hundley.
Two outs, nobody on. Third time this year that Phillips has been caught stealing in 7 attempts. This is now a season high 2 2/3 innings of relief for Gregerson. The only other arm available in the pen is Perdomo right now.
That's when it gets lonely out there in that bullpen. You're the only arm out there. You've got bullpen coach Daryl Ackerfels to talk to. Maybe you start getting buddy-buddy with a couple of fans out there.
Perdomo is heating. Pitcher spot is due to lead off the bottom of the inning. The Padres have no available position players to pinch hit. And there's ball 4 that puts Hernandez on. So Gregerson is going to bat at the bottom of the inning. And Black comes up.
Well, Nix seems to be the guy. And even though he's in the 7th slot in the order, he swung the bat extremely well tonight. I think Bud might just be giving him a little bit of maybe insight on how to pitch him in this situation.
There's the last arm left in the San Diego bullpen tonight, Luis Perdomo. Nix doubled down the line and right off of Gregerson in the 11th. Two-run home run in the 5th for Nix as well. Pulled to first, Adrian. Gregerson, a season high 3 scoreless innings. And guess what, Luke? You're going to get the lead off when we come back. Inning for San Diego, so Gregerson due up. Only pitchers left on the bench. Gregerson will be pinch hit for by Kevin Correa, who has been the best hitting pitcher for the Padres this year, 2 out of 6. So Correa bats for Gregerson. 3 innings for Gregerson, no runs, 2 hits. He threw 47 pitches. Wave and a miss, 0-2.
What a great job, huh?
Terrific. Correa probably had no idea when this game began he'd have a pinch hit appearance in the bottom of the 13th inning tonight. One out. To the top of the order, Brian Giles. Wow, look at the career numbers against Owens.
Yeah.
Ryan led off the first inning, taking it 389 feet to right. And starting pitcher Edinson Volquez. It almost seems like a couple of games ago.
Yeah, no kidding. And as you can see with the highlighter, everyone's scratched off. That's from the Padre dugout. Ted Simmons responsible for that scorecard.
Bench coach Ted Simmons.
Great baseball guy. Michigan guy. Go blue. Wolverines.
Three balls and a strike. Hit hard but fouled on the right field side. Homer in the first, walk in the second, lined out to short in the fifth, rounded out in the seventh, fanned in the eighth, was intentionally walked in the 10th. 1 for 4. Bounce towards the middle, and the second baseman Phillips. Two outs and nobody on for Eckstein. Doubled and scored in the first. Up there, Rippon. Strike one.
How many innings you've got in your scorecard?
15.
15. I've only got 14, so it has to end either here. Yeah.
Hairston right along the line, back into fair territory, makes the catch. Padres down in order in the 13th. And the 14th for the Reds. It's Gonzalez. Pitcher and Taveras. New pitcher, the last one standing in the bullpen, now on the mound, Luis Perdomo.
And wonder if there's anybody down in that Cox suite below us. If there's anybody down there and there's some food, don't be afraid to send some up.
We're ready for another meal.
You know what? I cannot remember. We've done extra inning games before. I cannot remember the last time, though, where everybody's been scratched off. Position players, bullpen.
For the Padres.
For the Padres, yeah.
Yeah, the Reds still have Cordero in their bullpen. They have Giannis Hannigan on the bench. Alex Gonzalez leads off the top of the 14th. To right field, and Giles drifting back. And the last time Perdomo pitched was at Wrigley Field on Thursday. He did not record an out. All three batters he faced reached and scored. So already he's ahead of that game. Getting Gonzalez to begin the 14th.
You know, Adrian's given Luis Perdomo absolutely what a scouting report on Micah Owings here. Tell him, hey, this guy can hit. You know, don't go easy on this guy. Maybe giving him an idea how to start him off.
Here's the Reds pitcher. He went around there, strike one. Jeannie Kavanaugh still busy, keeping notes, keeping the Twitter going. Entertaining.
Looks like she's on her way to school with that sweater on and, you know, going to private school. Getting ready for that calculus test. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I'm going to ace it.
Can't wait for summer.
When should the yearbook coming in? Oh, 2. Owings has pitched 3 innings in this game. Takes off the plate outside, 2-2.
Yes, he did.
Confirming Brian Runge, the first base umpire. A strikeout of Owings.
You bet he did. Absolutely.
Top of the order, Willie Taveras.
They mentioned that last outing by Luis Perdomo in Chicago where he did not record an out. Right?
Correct.
How sweet would it be for Luis to go out there tonight, shut him down here, and get himself a victory tonight in this extra inning affair? Kind of make it a little sweeter, right?
Great confidence builder.
He's out. Hit him in the box. Out of the box, rather.
Great play by Hundley nonetheless. Hey, we're going to the bottom half, and Adrian's going to lead off. Don't go anywhere. Home half of the 14th inning. Cincinnati 5, San Diego 5. 3, 4, and 5 hitters come up for the Padres, and leading off is first baseman Adrian Gonzalez. Adrian takes the first pitch out of the zone. 4-1. 1 for 5. He singled in the third. He walked leading off the 8th and scored. Gonzalez, Hairston, and Garrett scheduled in the 14th for San Diego. Michael Owings now into his 4th inning of work. He's that high, 2 balls and a strike. We showed it to you, so let's show it one more time since we're in the 14th. This was in the 18th inning back on May 25th of last year. He hit it off Edinson Volquez, who was tonight's starting pitcher for the Reds. Padres won that game 12 tonight over Cincinnati. With the camis on. Left field coming in and towards the line. Nicks and makes the running count.
See how JP was playing on that?
Very deep.
He was playing near maybe 10 or 15 feet from the track for a long run towards the foul line.
Here's cleanup hitter Scott Hairston, the left fielder. Padres scored 2 in the first. Reds 1 in the 4th. They added 2 in the 5th to take the lead. Added 2 more in the 6th at Cincinnati to lead 5-2. Padres 1 in the 7th. San Diego tied it with 2 in the 8th. Padres loaded the bases with 1 out in the 10th, could not score. That's towards center field and down for a hit. 3rd hit of the game for Scott Hairston. A 1-out single.
Fighting it off. He wanted that one away, but it looked like it ran inside, and Scotty does a nice job elevating that to the outfield. There's a run. Hey, there's another San Diego great sticking around watching this ball game in this 14th inning. Right below us in one of the suites, Rolf Bernerschka, former Charger great.
Yeah. Caps in the dugout for Burke, Headley, and Edgar. And Hairston drew a lot of attention from Jared Burton earlier. He was in the 9th when he reached base. And that one stabbed by Hernandez. Garrett getting out of the way. Owings came in the 11th. He had retired 10 in a row before that base hit moments ago by Hairston. And then a throw over. Fastball is inside to Garrett. 2 balls and a strike. But he's knocked in 2 tonight. One with a sacrifice fly in the first, and the other with a ground out in the 8th.
You know, the outfield will give up the sinking liner that could probably be caught, but they're playing a little deeper. Nothing over their heads right now. Nix, Taveras, Bruce playing deep in the outfield. Also to create a better angle for a ball in the gap. Playing deeper.
Hairston has drawn about 20-25
Yeah.
throws over there the last couple of times he's reached. And Burton and now Owings. Scooped up. Rosales back to first. Safe. Get the lead man Hairston for the second out. They're beating the return throw, and he's on at first for Kuz.
Good hustle to keep the inning alive. Creating a throwing lane, and then, oh, very close at first base.
Bang, bang, right there.
I thought they got him. Break for the Padres.
Brian Eyelash.
Well,
Back standing.
You know, I'll tell you what, Rosales at first base, he puts a snap tag on you.
Makes you feel it, huh?
Yeah.
Cruz has walked twice. He was hit by a pitch leading off the 10th. Was stranded at third, representing the winning run. He faced Owings in the 12th, leading off and flying out to center. Chop foul towards third. One ball and 2 strikes.
How many pitches have been thrown tonight? I know every time we're in an extra inning game, that's always an issue that comes up, you know?
Get that number for you here shortly.
Maybe 400 plus?
Well, I would say easily, yeah.
Yeah. 425?
I'd even say above that.
About 10 dozen baseballs, maybe more. Would have to be more than that, wouldn't it? Yeah, not necessarily.
10 dozen's a lot. It's over 100 baseballs.
120, right?
Yeah.
According to my new math.
Pretty good math on your part, especially throwing up on midnight. With a flare towards right, and Bruce can't hang on, and on to third goes Garrett.
See, that's what they're playing so deep. That's a long run.
I think he had it for just a moment, and it popped out with a sliding effort.
And on the 419th pitch of the night, combined, just out of the glove of Jay Bruce. Does it hit him in the heel? Yep, heel off the chest. Cannot hang on. And the winning run is 90 feet away.
Runners at the corners, 2 outs in the San Diego 14th. Hundley looks at ball 1.
This game now 4 hours and 41 minutes old.
Nick singled his first time up tonight. That was in the second. Then he's grounded out, struck out, popped out, walked, and struck out. And he's going to put him on and leave it up to Wilson.
Wilson yanks this back to the screen.
Josh Wilson, just his second Padres game. Coming over from the Diamondbacks. Hernandez out to talk about it. We're going. Garrett at third, Kuz at second, Hundley at first. Bases loaded, 2 outs in the San Diego 14. Here's a look at the defense.
Walk would be sweet. Wild pitch, pass ball, hit by pitch, walk, base knock.
2-0. Wilson came in the 9th. Batted in the 10th and sacrificed. He struck out against Owings in the 12th. Fly ball left field. Nix in front of the warning track. And for the second time in extra innings, the Padres leave the bases loaded. At the end of 14, it remains 5-all. major leagues this season. The other one, May 3rd, Seattle beat Oakland 8-7 in 15 innings.
Well, this is where the fans, it's a weekend, right? Weekend night. Starting to get a little crazy as we approach the midnight hour. I'm going to wait till the midnight hour.
Wilson, Pickett. Part of the order for the Reds in the 15th. 2, 3, and 4 men. Jerry Hairston Jr. lead off against Perdomo.
Jansen Fryer still here. Now we're getting crazy. Yeah. Okay.
Only 2 on Hairston.
Neely, you want to put your shirt back on? Okay, enough is enough.
You going to make me? Hairston doubled and scored in the 4th. Five runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Padres. 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Reds. San Diego's now left 15 on base. The Reds have stranded 8. Sharply hit, diving stop. Wilson gets up, fires offline, and Adrian had to come off the bag.
They're going to rule this one an E6. Sharply hit, 1-2 hopper. Oh, couldn't find the handle there. On the transfer. And then rush the throw, bringing Adrian off the bag.
Lead off man on. Gonzalez trying to bunt, which is a foul. There's the first error of the game, first error of the series. That's that one. One hop into the San Diego dugout. No balls, 2 strikes.
But back in the radio days in Tulsa, what was your longest game you've done?
I want to say 18.
Really? All by yourself?
Yeah, 18 or 19, something like that.
You know who was it against?
I want to say Shreveport.
Really? Nice.
So it's going back.
Little
maybe.
Texas League tilt.
Yeah.
How many people stuck around? Turn it.
Cougs. Eck. Adrian. 5-4-3. There were probably more people involved in that double play than there were in the stands in Shreveport when the game ended in the 19th inning.
Nice. Well, Perdomo with that nasty sinker at times. He can do some grounders. Perfectly placed. Big Sunday hop. And speaking of Sunday, we're 3 minutes away for that 5-4-3 double play.
Does that mean when the Padres come out for the bottom of the 15th, they'll be wearing their camis?
Yeah, that's right. They wear them on home game Sundays, right?
Yeah. Looking to miss by Phillips. in a run with a ground out in the 4th. And he singled in the 13th and was caught stealing. A perfect throw by catcher Nick Hundley.
Well, you know what hurts for San Diego is the 15 men left on base.
Twice leaving the bases loaded in extra innings.
3 left in the 10th, 3 left in the 14th.
One ball, 2 strikes.
Boy, survival of the fittest, huh? It's got to be tough, too, being a home plate umpire. Calling that many pitches and, you know, squatting down behind the catcher and calling pitches. You talk about a concentration level that you have to keep sharp.
Staying focused. 3-2. Phillips base hit, by the way, in the 13th. Let him extend his hitting streak to 13 games. Appeal denied. It's a 2-out walk. Got ahead of Phillips, but loses him. He held up.
Did he?
I think so. Jay Bruce. Left field. Hairston curling along the edge of the track to make the catch. Perdomo gets the lead off when we come back to the bottom of the 15th.
We're playing the Cincinnati Reds at 105. Come out to the ballpark and get your own Padres t-shirt for kids.
Hey, that's later today. All kids 14 and younger get a Padres t-shirt presented by Union Bank of California. I would say get your tickets early and save at Padres.com, but it's technically day of game since it's already past midnight.
Yeah.
So get your tickets day of game and still save. Perdomo leading off. He has had a plate appearance this year.
Throws right, bats left. Is he listed as a switch hitter?
We're past midnight, so we're into Sunday. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Perdomo, Giles, and Eckstein in the San Diego 15th. Spins away and takes inside.
Perdomo better watch that back foot. He's right on top of the dish. I mean, he can't get any closer to that home plate. Right on top of it.
Wow.
Look at his back foot's out of the box.
Hold on strikes, 1 out. Giles will come up. He led off the first inning, technically yesterday, but earlier in this game, the 389-foot home run to right, his second of the year.
Well, Joe Thatcher is gumless.
No more gum on the top of that.
Right. Wouldn't it be great if Brian Giles could just be the bookends tonight? Home run in the first, and then home run to end it here in the 15th.
3-1.
Well, good hitters count. Get one middle in and spin on it and play a little pepper with that porch down the right field line. Pretty good pitch.
1 out walk. Well, this is the 5th inning of work for Owings. He was scheduled to be the starting pitcher on Wednesday for the Reds against the Phillies. But this has turned into a little bit more than a substitution for a bullpen session.
Yeah.
Heck, 1 for 7. Doubled and scored in the first.
Oh, look at the Yahoos out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. My gosh, 10, 11, 12. They must have rounded some people up. I got 14.
Don't need any sunscreen at 12:05 a.m. Three and 0. Adrian's on deck. Two on, 1 out. After back-to-back walks. Big Paul, the pitching coach, coming out. Owings retired the first 10 batters he faced in this appearance. His first relief appearance of the year.
Let's see if Owings tries to keep his pitches away. If he misses, he misses. You walk him, you got bases loaded, you got a righty on deck, it's Scott Hairston. You know, Superman, he's got the boxing gloves on, he's ready to go for the knockout.
Padres 5, Reds 5. 2 on, 1 out, bottom of the 15th inning. On the inside half, strike 1. Adrian singled in the 3rd, walked and scored in the 8th. 1 for 6 tonight. Way outside. Ball and a strike. To first, diving stop, taking it to the bag. Rosales, the other runners move up. There's a game-saving play by Rosales.
Boy, off the bat, you thought that this was going to be down the line, but Rosales makes a good play. Now with 2 outs, first base open, you got righty on righty.
Already 3 hits tonight for Scott Hairston. And the full windup. Popped up. Padres strand 2 more and have now left 17. We'll go to the 16th. 5-5.
Well, top of the 16th, and we are tied up 5-5. And you know what? We don't give enough props to our camera crew and the people who work down there. Z, give it up, Z. Give me it. There you go. Danny Barger, work it, Danny. I see it, Danny. Dave Doherty, sitting down like always. Eddie Barra down there by the dugout. Dan Steele, Dano. And then, of course, hi home, John Bodecker. Seriously, we've got a great crew here in San Diego. Good bunch of guys working their little hearts out. And Bill Pettigrew, I'd like to welcome him to the show tonight and wish him a happy birthday. There's Jim, the A2. Word.
Give you a head nod anyway.
Happy 40th birthday goes out to Jim. What's up, Jim?
Working back, ground ball to third. Kuzminoff collects. 1 out in the 16th. Now a career high 2 1/3 innings of relief for Perdomo. Lance Nix. There's a 2-run home run. Double and a walk.
Okay, this has been bugging me for a long time. See the batting helmets where the ears cut off? They've got to make that cut farther back.
Pinching his ear.
And higher, because it either covers the ear or it flips your ear out of whack like that. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense. You can see his ear being pushed down.
And it's all about comfort.
Two and one on Nix. You even keeping a scorecard now? You've run out of space.
I'm done. I've run out of space.
Third inning of work for Perdomo. Gets past him, but there's Eckstein. Well, I'm going to look a little bit ahead here. How much longer can Perdomo go? I mean, if this is his last inning, who's on the mound?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to.
It gets to the position player time, huh? Where does it go?
They're all done.
Right. You know, there's nobody.
Well, whose bullpen day was it today? Correa pitches on Thursday. Chad Godin goes Wednesday.
Correa's already been used as a pinch hitter.
Oh, that's right. True. That happened a long time ago. That's right. So you're talking, well, we're down to the starting rotation, right? Peavy, Young, and Godin, right?
And obviously, it's not Jake who's going tomorrow.
Right.
That's to right field. And Giles. Perdomo's gone 3 scoreless. Garrett, Coos, and Hundley. When we come back to Petco. Garrett, Coos, and Hundley. Wilson do up 4th in the inning. And I mention his name because Josh Wilson actually pitched for Arizona 5 days ago against the Reds, working a scoreless ninth in a game that the Reds won 13-5.
That's right.
How bizarre would that be if Josh Wilson
Well,
has to pitch.
you'd have to have a pitcher play short.
Or somewhere else on the diamond. Yeah. Something else going on.
Or switch somewhere around. We'll bring somebody in.
Hairston over by the stands. Well, August 25th of last year, Jody Garrett on a walk-off home run. The last walk-off Padres home run here at Petco Park.
Oh, with that swing there, looks like Jody wanted to end it.
Strikeout, 1 out. Ryer's going to kick him back. Hard hit center field, but Taveras back to make the catch.
The ball was scalded.
He squared that one up, but Taveras running it down. 2 down for Nick Hundley. Five runs, 9 hits, an error for the Padres. 5-8-0 for the Reds. Padres have stranded 17. The Reds have left 9. Left field. Deep. Get there. Yeah! Nick Hundley sends everyone home. Second of the year for Hundley, and the Padres win it 6-5 in 16 innings.
Well, as soon as it left the bat, Nick Hundley knew it was a hanger. Everybody in the ballpark knew. The guys in the Cincinnati Red dugout knew. And at 12:20 on May 17th, Sunday morning, the Friar faithful are going home happy.
Well, won't be home for long. There's a 105 game later today. Nick Hundley ends this game in the bottom of the 16th. Hit one out to left. We'll come back to wrap it up after this.